Sa klase ko. Mahulog lang yung kaklase ko, di pa daw ako nakasali.
Bakit naman?
Ano po kami siya? Hindi ka po. Nagpapalo. Ano ba? Ala. The Bluetooth device.
Ayan, oh. Paano ano yan? Ay, wala ba? Ako na lang kayo.
Kunan may paitang ID ulit.
Wala may pension niya.
Ano?
Meron na.
May video.
Bye.
Hindi kinakita. Ngayon na lang. Pag gusto mo na sa video ka ito.
Nagsigat mo na kita. Nagsigat mo na kita.
Oo.
Kasi pag ganyan, gusto ko lunch.
Oh, sige.
Kaso, alanganin daw sa lunch.
Hindi.
Mas okay.
Okay na yun? Ay, di. Mas marami makikita pag lang.
Hindi mo nagsigat sa vegetable ko.
Hi.
Hindi, napakadami ninyo eh.
Ha? Yung po yung ay,
Nagpupun sa music.
naka-off yata. Mute.
Hi. Gagawin ko.
Ano water
Chips yan.
yung logo ng chips.
Hindi yung logo. Shake yan.
Ang shape ng chips.
Ayun lang. Wow. Wala na kapang.
Really, it's camera. Maraming participants. 126. Ano nung, pa mag-start ka niyan siguro.
Kaya kayo yan. Pati na magsalita tayo.
Wala nga. Pati lalo ito.
Tingnan ko damit mo.
10 tao rin.
Oh. Sa'yo ka sa akin store.
Sa'yo nang kain.
Itang linto ay itang switch off. Ano? Ayun. Daya.
Volume na.
Ko.
Yeah, pwede yung pen.
Dadagyan ako. Ako. Oh. And now is my turn.
Wala na. Ayokong ganyan, sulat-sulat.
Pero clip ni ano? Yung baby ni Tito Wena. Ano ni si Tito Wena yung nagkukook? Yung chef.
Si Zoe.
Joey.
Zoe.
She forgot to bring her ano. She forgot to bring her Zoe forgot to bring her clip. Ano Zoe? Zoe at the daddy. Mama.
Sino ba? Mute.
Sorry. Okay lang.
Ayun ka.
180 faculty.
Hindi may daramdaman.
May daramdaman?
May nayata.
Per subject area po, meron po kami head teachers. Tapos per grade level po, meron din po kami grade level po auditors. So, ang ginawa po sa school po
Saltala.
per grade level po, magkakasama, iwalay po kami ng faculty. Pero may 10 to 12 po. Tapos po, yung mga head teachers,
Gago yun eh.
buong grade 9 po. Kung anong level mo po. Hindi. Opo. Tapos po yung mga head teachers po kasi nasa office, isang office po sila, katawang po ng principal.
Tangay, kailangan na.
Opo, sir.
Sila.
Opo. Opo. Para sa akin, nakikita ko po kasi dati sa FEU, per subject area po ako magkakasama. Mas mainit para sa akin per subject area po kasi malaya po kayong makakapag-aral sa bagay-bagay, hindi sa isang paksa po tuntunin po na kailangan sundin sa subject po ninyo. Pero sa school naman po namin, nakikita ko po na effective yung per grade po yung pagsasama-sama. Opo, kasi po, for example, kung may kailangan po kami sa advisor ng ganitong section, madali na po namin sila hindi mag-e-effort na lumayo pa po. Opo, nandun na po magkakasama.
Sikat, mami.
Tama na yan, wala na. Ay,
Po, sir. Kunwari, 7 lang po sila doon. 8 po, hiwalay naman po yun, sir.
Duwa na.
DTR.
Duwa na.
Depende po DTR.
Wala ka sila. Ito na mo.
Disadvantage po, sir. Like, for example po, may pinapagawa po yung head teacher namin. Kailangan po kapunta sa grade 7, grade 8, grade 9, grade 10 faculty. Hanapin po yung mga kapilit ng mga major support. Tapos, doon pa lang po kami makakapag-usap, mag-meeting. Tatay po sila na kasama sa on the spot. Pwede na po kami mag-meeting. Ganun po yung disadvantage.
Damat aman.
Papa.
Off-cam naman to eh. Pwede lang nakaganyan yan eh.
Malayo ang kain.
Kaya nga hindi cellphone ginamit ko eh. Nawigil laptop eh.
Ano ang kweke yan?
Ito mo? Hindi mo pwede bigyan kasi.
Mas masikan niya.
Hindi nga kasi dati yung 1.5.
Lagi na
Bali nga
po
4,000 minutes sa akin. O bali ka ako yung Joseph yung ano.
Sabi ng mga ko, huwag ka na uminom ng vitamins. Baka may namanas ka na. Mapapayat ka.
May taba ka? Amot.
May trabaho kasi katibo. Kailangan magtrabaho.
Doon ako.
Kailangan magpapayat.
Sa room? Jojo, Jeris? Hindi.
Sige lang.
Your mouth. What to do that? Jeris, is that madami na.
Patungan.
Smile na.
Nilagay ko doon.
Ito, mag-care po.
Oo, mapapok yun.
Oy, balat ata yan. Laki na yan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Wala. Hello po. Hello, Ma'am Jess. Naririnig niyo po ako? Hello? Hanapin natin, Ma'am. Ay, kay sir po yan yung may problem. Wait na lang po natin. Ay, nawala po si sir. Ay, ayan. Has left the meeting. Baka tapos na po yung klase natin. Hindi, joke lang. Bumahawa ka ng lensa. Mas mahal yan kasi sa simul.
Attitude na ako talaga.
Disconnect lang sandali. Yung chat, yung doping ako. Wala ka pa sipsip.
Oh.
The Bluetooth device is ready to pair.
Kailangan.
The Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
Ayun ako na ngayon balat, guys. Wala na rin. Pinas ko na kami rin. Daming participant to. Hindi na kuha kape. Umiinom yan ng kape? Ah? Bibi, asan ba si mama? Right. Unstable yung connection natin. Beat natin.
Tinapa mo ba yung basura sa taas kagabi? Bakit? Okay. Ayusin mo yan. Ayan, ayusin mo. Hindi pa nagsisimula. Oh, mag-10 na. Ayan, oh. Bakit ka minimal? Hindi mo makikita. Wala yata mo ta. Ano ka dito yung dinala nila? Sabi ko, dali mo dito yung dinala nila. Wala. Ah! Ito talaga nakikita ko sa screen. Ano yung microphone ko?
Middle of the right, and most of the study the lives of the great characters in the scriptures, no? You will find that in the middle, your journey would be the messy part, would be the hardest part, would be the challenge in terms of your faith. Yes, the real Palestine is in the middle. Faith in the middle. The middle part of the journey is challenging us in terms of our faith. But brothers and sisters, the scriptures have shown us the life, the great heroes of the Bible, Jesus, has shown us that he is blessed. It's not just prisoners of hope. Yes, prisoners of hope. Yes. Just survival. It's not just survival. Very much. Bro Egay of Olonga Chapter. Hi, everybody. We still here that message of hope, patience, simplicity, and joy, and fullness. That nakakatuwa po itong mga exchange natin dito sa chat. Please, brothers. Now we move on to San Fernando chapter, a message of simplicity from Bro Kerwin Malyari.
Good morning, dear brothers and sisters in Christ. I am Kerwin Malyari from the city of San Fernando chapter. The profession of teaching is considered as a time-honored profession, maybe because Jesus was also a teacher in his mission of earth. For this single thought, I feel blessed for being a public elementary school teacher, and much like Jesus' time, pressed by challenges. Every classroom encounter is a spectacle of responsibilities and purpose. We encounter a catalyst for the teaching learning process. Each day is a unique circumstance and opportunity for pupils to learn for a day before ending home, with a desire that each child be well with the family. Teacher does not always impart what is literal in a book, text, or educational material. The teacher needs to understand the context and circumstances in the lives of his pupils, especially with the goal of making the lesson relevant to his or her life. The vocation requires a teacher to be selfless, patient, and generous in giving oneself for his learning. And needless to say, without any material benefit. Sabi nga, kung bakit mayaman sa pagpunta, the happiness and pupils because I provide the experience, joy, and fulfillment. One feels receiving the biggest commitment for his targeted goals. Children have taught me a lot. One is how to appreciate things that one can aspire. Added that teacher also learns from his. Presently, the debacle of the whole world is the threat of infection from COVID-19. Its effects our children this year and has radically changed the modes of learning and teaching. The implementation of social and distance learning in modalities
Tapos na.
affected
Nag-screenshot na kayo?
because of the new requirements for blended learning, social media, and appropriate content. Ang daming mag-aaral at magulang ang nahihirapan sa pagsagot ng mga module. At para bang nawawalan sa picture si teacher. Again, teachers went through a really tough time in preparing the modules with so short a span of time. Now, our dilemma is not only to teach pupils, but to teach the parents how to teach their children. The situation may be likened to the teacher acting as a call center representative kung saan may tawag dito, may chat doon, to reach out to the parent in our system, attending to abundant queries. Parents appreciate now how hard and how tiresome it is to be a teacher.
Yun. Wala talaga nagsasalita.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
Good
morning,
morning,
sir.
sir.
Good morning po.
Good morning po, sir. Good morning po.
Good morning, Doc. Good
Good
morning.
morning po.
Morning.
It's 9:58
Good
in the
morning
clock.
po.
Morning po, sir.
In 2 minutes' time, we will begin with our lecture series, or what we call webinar series. Now, for today, we will be having two speakers, myself and Dr. Reynaldo Cruz. So we will start at exactly 10 in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you po.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you po, sir.
Good morning to all my students. I hope you are having a good day today. Hello, Ma'am Elaine.
Good morning, attorney.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Sino pa ba? Good morning, Doc Ellie. Hello po.
Attorney Aida, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning po.
Good morning po,
Oo.
Attorney Dr. Rohit po at sa lahat po.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My dreams. I become a teacher.
All right, so again, good morning to all the students and of course to all the professors who are present for this morning's sharing. I would like to call it research sharing because myself and Dr. Rinaldo Cruz will be sharing you one of the important elements or one of the important outputs that is expected in the graduate education, no? So, of course, we invited everyone. When I say everyone, we invited all the professors in the Flexi group. We invited also all the students in the programs, Master in Public Administration, Master of Arts in Education in different specialization, and of course, the Doctor of Education program, major in Educational Management of Don Honore Ventura State University. So this is going to be a collaborative efforts of both Meycauayan College and Don Honore Ventura State University. And then later on, after the talk, you will learn why this webinar was conceptualized. You will know the reason why. But for now, I'd like to acknowledge all the professors who are here under the Flexi group. I could see in my screen Dr. Eliseo de la Cruz. Attorney Aida, I was able to hear you a while back. Yes, I can see you now. I also saw the name of Dr. Nova Santiago. Are you here, Dr. Nova Santiago?
Yes, sir. Morning po.
Good morning. Di ko kasi makita ang ating participants lahat ay 228. Meron pa bang prof? Aside, of course, Dr. Ray is here, no? One of the speakers. Who else? From the professors na from Flexi Group, meron pa ba? Wala na. Wala na. All right. Sige.
Good morning po, Dr. Sagkal is here.
Sino po?
Dr. Sagkal po.
Dr. Noemi Sagkal. Opo. Di ko lang po makita yung inyong... Ayun, nakita ko na yung camera nyo. Dr. Noemi Sagkal. Good morning.
Dr. Adonis is here po, sir. Good morning.
Thank you so much for coming over. Ayan.
My students.
Alam niya.
Hello, Dr. Ray.
Hi, good morning.
Nice
to see you again. Hello, Dr. Ray.
Hello. Hi, Dr. Alex. Good morning.
Hello, Dr. Alvin, Dr. Noemi, Dr. Alex. Good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
Okay.
Good morning po.
Bibili ako ama.
Good morning, everyone. And, you know what? Yeah. This webinar or lecture series, this was conceptualized, no, for the knowledge of our students. This was conceptualized for you to have a background of writing research for international publication. That's why the first part of our lecture will be, I'll be discussing with you the theoretical underpinning or the reason why we need to learn how to write research for international publication. I'll be discussing some CHED memorandum order so that you will be guided on the requirements of graduate education. And then later on, siguro after mga 30 minutes, Dr. Ray will discuss the details of the IMRAD format for your knowledge. And of course, we are expecting that after the lecture, everyone would have a good grasp of the knowledge about writing for international publication. Before I formally begin, I'd like to inform the group that for those who are present, you are attending a synchronous type of learning because you're present. And we are going to record this lecture for the purpose of asynchronous learning so that when time comes that you, for some reason or another, you've forgotten some of the concepts that were discussed this morning, ay pwede niyong balikan sa YouTube yung ating discussion. So i-record po natin yon. Because of the Data Privacy Act, I'd like to ask the group kung meron po bang nag-o-object na i-record yung ating discussion for this morning.
No, I don't object, sir.
Okay lang po, sir.
No objections. Okay, very good.
Sir, yes, sir.
Okay, because the very purpose of recording this lecture is, of course, for educational purposes. And for all you know, the MPA program under the non-thesis stream, you will be using, of course, you are under non-thesis, but you need to produce an action research, a policy research that will use IMRAD format. So this is the perfect time, kahit first trimester nyo pa lang, no? We requested Dr. Ray to talk about IMRAD so that as early as today, you will already have a very good background of the IMRAD format that we are talking about. So if there are no objections about the recording of our sharing for this morning, let me begin by sharing with you. Can you see now my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, sir.
Po, sir. Yes po, sir.
So for the entire discussion, I will request everyone to kindly mute their audio. Paki-mute po muna yung audio. And then later on, I will give you some time. I will open the platform for some clarifications or some questions. But for now, for clarity of discussion so that there will be no interruptions, I would like to request everyone to kindly mute first your audio, but your video, your screen can be open, no? And you can open your video if you want. But for this morning, I'd like to share with you the updates in graduate education program, because all of you are in the graduate education program. It would be nice that you are aware of the CHED memorandum order. For some of you, you are working in the government offices, local government offices. For many of you, you are teachers, you are administrators of the Department of Education. And it would also be nice that you are grounded with the basic requirement of the higher education under the graduate program. So the simple topic that I'll be discussing with you this morning is all about the CHED memorandum order, which was released last December 2019. And this is entitled Policies, Standards, and Guidelines for Graduate Programs. This is CHED Memorandum Order or CMO number 15, series of 2019. Ito yung patapos na yung 2019 naghahabol pa sila ng CHED Memorandum Order. And just like the DepEd, kung ang DepEd ay merong DepEd advisories and even local governments, meron din kayo mga DepEd mga advisories, CHED has this what we call CMO or CHED Memorandum Order. And when you say memorandum order, everyone, all higher education institutions in the Philippines has to follow the regulations or the guidelines or the policies, standards, and guidelines that are set by the Commission on Higher Education. And one of the highlights of the CMO is the upgrading of the graduate programs. Kumbaga, the Commission on Higher Education would like to upgrade the quality of graduate education offerings in the Philippines. Because you know what, my dear colleagues in the graduate education, in terms of research, the Philippines is always left behind in terms of ranking. Bibihira lamang po ang pumapasok sa World University Rankings. Palagi pong yung top 4 universities. They are UP, Ateneo, LaSalle, and UST. So the Commission on Higher Education is aiming at improving or further improving or upgrading the quality of research outputs that higher education institutions are producing or is producing. So that's why there is this what you call rationale, or the reason why CHED would like to upgrade the graduate programs that we have. According to CHED, the landscape and perspective in offering graduate programs have dramatically changed in the past decades. Kung dati-dati, sanay tayo na ang mga thesis or dissertation natin ay nasa library lamang and they are gathering dust, nowadays, that's no longer the practice. The Commission on Higher Education would like us in the graduate school to produce research that are publishable. They would like us to publish our research paper. Especially now that we are in the pandemic situation, it's difficult to go to school and visit the library to look for literature. That is why meron na tayong tinatawag na Google World. Na everything is in the Google. That is why everything will be now online. And that's what CHED calls dramatic change in the landscape and perspective in offering graduate programs. These changes demand new or enhanced competencies among students to meet the requirements set by globalization, regional integration, internationalization of higher education, and of course, yung palagi kong sinasabi sa inyo, nagasgas ko ng sinasabi, kahit balikan niyo yung aking mga previous video or YouTube, the fourth industrial revolution. So ano ba sinasabi ng fourth industrial revolution? That our education now should always be technology-based. That is why it is advocated that everyone should be using online, flexible, blended learning. Kaya nga kung mapapansin ninyo, even the Department of Education is facing a lot of difficulties in the offering of blended learning. Why? As much as DepEd would like to offer blended learning, but the resources are very limited. Hindi po lahat ng estudyante, hindi lahat ng parents sa bahay ay merong technology at merong magandang internet connection. Hindi lang mga teachers, kahit mga teachers minsan hirap sa internet connection. And I could attest to that kasi because even in the graduate education, there are students who would send me private message and would tell me na he or she cannot attend the online class because the internet connection is not good. So ibig sabihin, that's a national problem. That everyone is not prepared for this what we call internationalization and implementation of fourth industrial revolution. Even our seasoned teachers are still adapting to the new normal. No? That is why ito yung sinasabi ng CHED na dramatic change. We need to provide dramatic change in our program offerings. Thus, students must be able to optimally use 21st century skills, thereby strengthening the nation's innovation, research, and development. Kasi if you are a traditional researcher and you are only accustomed to reading the literature in the library, hindi ka makakasabay ngayon sa innovation. Why? Kasi ngayon puro online na, even ang downloading of literature ay online na ang ginagamit. Even searching the literature, EBSCO na ang ginagamit natin and other Google platforms. So therefore, everybody, especially we in the graduate school, must be able to adapt to this what we call 21st century skills, or else mapapag-iwanan tayo sa buong mundo, which is actually happening already. Napapag-iwanan na tayo. That is why DepEd has no choice but to use the modular approach. Dati akala ko ang DepEd gagamit na ng blended, mag-online. Gagamit ng mga learning management system. But the sad reality, I do not know, but I think the teachers, most of the teachers would agree with me that modular is the most commonly used type of instructional delivery or modality. Bibihira yung gumagamit ng blended learning or online learning. So that's why we in the graduate educations are being pushed by the Commission on Higher Education to further strengthen our 21st century skills. Kasi we are in the apex of education. Lalo na yung mga nasa ADD, we are doctors of education. Tayo ang gumagamot ng mga sakit sa education. Hindi sakit ng mga pasyente. Yung mga problema at sakit sa Department of Education and Commission on Higher Education. So this is one of the rationale for upgrading graduate programs. And according to the CMO, there are major concerns in graduate education in the present times. What are those? First, there is a wide gap in the availability of and access to quality graduate programs in various disciplines deemed critical in achieving national development in a globalized world. When we say globalized world, we in the graduate education should be practicing this what we call independent learning and research-based learning. Hindi na tayo yung typical na nasa classroom at nagdi-discuss ng mga topics at nagre-reporting, nagbibigay ng report sa classroom ng mga different topics. When we say gap, there is now a big difference. There is a big difference between the quality of the graduate school and college offering. Kung sa college offering ay reporting, dapat sa graduate education, baguhin naman natin ng konti, hindi puro reporting. It should be research-based. So while you are enrolled in the graduate education of Don Honore Ventura State University and Mekawayan College, expect that we will try to solve the gap. We will try to make our program offerings globalized or internationalized. That is why ang ating approach ay palaging research-based. If you remember, one of your requirements in our subject is to come up with at least one research. No? Kasi that is the demand of the fourth industrial revolution, that we should be skillful in writing a research paper. Another concern is that some graduate programs, especially in the fields of teacher education, public administration and business administration are oversubscribed. No? Actually, kitang-kita yan ngayon. Napakadami nating estudyante sa MAED, napakadami nating estudyante sa MPA, at saka sa Doctor of Education program. Hence, there are other areas of specialization that are underdeveloped. Like, for example, the one that we highly needed now. What is that? Information technology. Kaya tuloy ngayon, ang mga teachers ay hirap na hirap, even public offices ay medyo nahihirapan sa pag-a-adapt sa new normal. Pag sinabing online, medyo nagkakaroon ng hesitation because our information technology is left behind. No? And IT or information technology is one of the specialization that is underdeveloped. Kaya tingnan nyo ang Pilipinas, I'm sorry to say, no offense, parang until now, low-tech pa rin tayo. No? Low-tech pa rin. Kasi nga, karamihan sa ating mga administrators, karamihan sa ating mga officials ay talaga namang inaaral pa ang information technology na ang dapat lahat ngayon is online na eh. If you go to Japan, most of the places in Japan are publicly free Wi-Fi. Ibig sabihin, kahit saan ka pumunta, may Wi-Fi ang Japan. Bakit? Kasi ang technology nila ay binibigyan nila ng importansya. No? That's why if you are technologically oriented, then you can cope up with what we call globalization. And the philosophical underpinnings of the CHED Memorandum Order is that across all orientations and level of graduate work, the ultimate goal is to contribute to the process of knowledge acquisition, generation, sharing, and exchange that is distinct from the baccalaureate level. That is why lagi kong sinasabi, kung ano po yung naging research ninyo nung kayo ay nasa undergraduate, huwag niyo nang ulitin ngayon. Kasi dapat there is a distinction between baccalaureate and graduate school level. Kasi meron mga estudyante na sasabihin na i-continue na lang nila yung kanilang baby thesis nung sila ay nasa college. Eh baka nung nasa college level kayo 10 years ago. The landscape 10 years ago is different from now. Kaya nga, topics in research are constantly changing. Kung noon, inaalaw pa yung experimental research na mayroong control group at experimental group at magkakaroon ng face-to-face yung control tsaka experimental group, ngayon hindi pwedeng experimental research. Puro descriptive research lang ngayon because wala ngang face-to-face. So that is why when you conceptualize your research paper, you need to consider the current situation that we have now. Because education in general is constantly changing. And our goal in graduate education is to contribute to the body of knowledge. Pag sinabing body of knowledge, sana po bago naman yung ating i-contribute sa body of knowledge. Hindi yung kung ano na yung alam sa literature, yun pa rin yung ating ginagawa. Sana may mga makabago tayong mga gagawin na researches. Halimbawa, instead of talking about leadership style, transformative leadership style, etc., etc., why not think of new leadership style, yung bago ngayon? Can we create another term like new norm leadership style or new normal leadership style or 21st century leadership style or technological leadership style or technology-based leadership style? Kasi yun yung mga type of leadership style na parang hindi pa masyadong nagagawa or hindi pa masyadong nare-research. Because our goal is to generate. Take note of the word generation. Sana magkaroon ng generation of new knowledge. And therefore, the role of graduate program is to achieve a clear progression beyond basic education and baccalaureate or undergraduate education. Yung mga tipong pag nagpa-check kayo ng research or pag nag-defend kayo ng research paper, sana hindi mo kang senior high school paper or hindi mo kang college paper, college level paper. Talagang pang graduate school siya. Pang masteral or pang doctoral paper dapat yung ating ipipresent. Kaya nga 'di ba, merong distinction between and among the number of literature. Ang usapan natin kapag kung ang college ay 25 ang required na literature, dapat ang masteral 50 ang literature. Kapag doctorate, dapat naman nag-elevate kayo, mga 100 naman ang literature ninyo. Kung sa masteral, isang IV at saka isang DV lang kayo, sa doctoral, dagdagan nyo naman yung variables ninyo para naman magkaroon ng distinction and progression. And sana, the outputs of our research in the graduate program must contribute to both the body and knowledge and policy making or decision making. And of course, another role of graduate programs is to produce advanced competencies that can spur, actually marami yan, pinili ko lang yung related sa public administration at saka education. So this is what CMO is telling us, that we produce advanced competencies that can spur, 1, leadership and innovation, 2, scientific and technological growth, 3rd, creative and effective learning and teaching, 4th, good governance, and 5th, inclusive economic development and environment security. Marami pa yan, meron pa nakalagay sa CMO like agriculture, architecture, ay hindi naman yun ang program ninyo, kaya hindi ko na isinama. Ang isinama ko lang yung mga related sa public administration and education. So that is what CMO is telling us. And that's one of the roles of our graduate program. And the CMO clearly stated the different competencies, no? Kung sa DepEd, meron tinatawag na MELCs. Anong ulit yung MELCs? Yung most essential learning competencies. Meron din po ang graduate education for both master's level and doctoral level. I'd like to share this with you so that you know what competencies are expected from you. So in the field, in the area of masteral, there should be an advanced knowledge and skills in a specialized, interdisciplinary, or multidisciplinary field of study for professional practice. Take note of the words interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary field of study. Ibig sabihin that if in case your paper is in the field of education or public administration, and you will need the help or the guidance or the collaboration with an IT personnel, then you can do that. And that's what we call interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary field. That's why I'd like to inform the group that we are crafting other graduate programs for Mekawayan College, and we came up with subjects that are not very traditional. Example, for all the programs, one of the core subjects is Management Information System or IT. Kasi bakit? Kahit anong profession mo, kahit anong program mo, hindi ka mabubuhay sa panahon ngayon kung hindi ka marunong sa information technology. Kaya nga, ang core subjects ngayon na binubuo namin, hindi lang research, hindi lang stat, kundi management information system or information technology. Kasi we believe that all professionals must be equipped with basic knowledge and skills of information technology, or else we will not progress in the graduate education. In the master's level, you must have a competency of doing a self-directed research. Kaya nga pag sinabing independent learning, hindi po sinasabi noon na hindi po kayo mag-aaral mag-isa. Ibig sabihin noon, you are going to do your research, of course, with the guidance of the professor, but it's going to be a self-directed research. Because our programs in the graduate education is research-based, so you must have a self-directed research kind of competency. Another outcome or competency is lifelong learning with a highly substantial degree of independence that involves work or teams of interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary experts. So when I say lifelong learning, everyone should be prepared for the 22nd century. Buhay pa kaya tayo nun? Kasi ngayon 21st century pa lang eh. When we train, when we develop ourselves, even you as teachers, when you develop your teachers, you do not develop them for the current situation. We develop them and we prepare them for the future. Ang tawag doon is lifelong learning with a highly substantial degree of independence. Kaya nga, pag sinabing graduate school, I would request our professors to lessen the topic reporting and put more time in doing research and reading literature. Kasi pag sinabi mong research, kailangan mo ng more time. You need more time to digest the literature. Of course, lahat naman tayo nagtatrabaho, either work from home or either skeletal. Pero pag tayo ay nasa graduate school, hindi po excuse na tayo po ay busy. Bibigyan po natin ng time ang pagbabasa ng literature. Because reading literature is what we call lifelong learning and a form of independent learning. Kapag kayo po ay binigyan ng teacher ninyo ng assignment to download literature and make sense of them, that is what you call independent learning. Because not all knowledge, not all informations can be provided by a professor. Tandaan niyo po yan. Hindi po alam lahat ng professors yan. And since we are in the Google world, all we need to do is to make an independent learning through the aid of technology. Kaya nga, part of doing the IMRAD, later on, ituturo ni Dr. Rinaldo Cruz, that is what you call independent learning also. He will be teaching you how to write research for international publication. So the guidance is there, the lecture is there, but part of your independent learning is reading the literature para may maisulat kayo sa IMRAD ninyo, sa research paper ninyo. Because there is a saying that you cannot give something that you do not have. In the same manner, you cannot write something if you have not read anything yet. Dapat ang lahat ng ilalagay natin sa research paper natin ay based on literature or what we call evidence-based. Kasi kung kayo ay magsusulat ng research paper nang hindi kayo nakapagbasa ng literature, ang tawag po doon ay chismis. Hindi po tayo pumapayag na magsusulat tayo ng research na chismis-based. Dapat po evidence-based po yung ating isusulat. That's why in-text citation or documentation is very important in writing your research paper. Dr. Reynaldo Cruz will tell you about that later on. But what I'm telling you is that reading the literature is an example of independent learning, and that is a lifelong learning. Na gusto namin kayong turuan na ang pagbabasa is part of life. Reading and researching is a way of life. because that is one of the competencies in the graduate education. And then of course, there is what we call application of the aforementioned skills in research, professional, or creative work. Ayan. So hindi lang siya basta nagbasa kayo, hindi lang basta nagkaroon kayo ng self-directed learning, kundi gumagawa pa tayo ng mga research, ina-apply natin yung findings ng research natin sa ating professional work. Ito yung sinasabi natin na when we make decisions in our organizations, in our institutions, it must always be research-based or evidence-based. Now, for doctoral level competency, there should be a demonstration of highly advanced, tingnan nyo, may highly na, kanina advanced lang, highly advanced systematic knowledge and skills in highly specialized and or complex interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary field of learning. Take note of the words highly and the word and complex, kasi doctorate level na to eh. There should always be a utilization of complex research or creative world and or professional practice and or in teams of interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary setting. There should also be an application of more complex setting that demands leadership in research and creative work with strategic value added. Kasi po sa doctoral, since nakapag-masteral na kayo, expected na you are already more or less knowledgeable about research. Kaya pagdating sa doctoral, you take the lead in doing research. Kaya nga sa doctoral, pwede na lang tayong modular eh. Kasi self-directed na kayo sa paggawa ng research eh. You now have the leadership in doing research. And then application of significant level of expertise-based autonomy and accountability to professional leadership for innovation, research and or development management in highly specialized or interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary field. Ito na yung sinasabi ko kanina, for those who are school heads, program heads, principals, district supervisor, or whatever position you have in different organizations. Kung sa public administration naman, kayo ay official at kayo nag-take ng doctorate level, then whatever you do, whatever decisions you make, ito yung sinasabi ko na there should be an application of your expertise, no? That is based on innovation and research. Furthermore, a doctoral degree entails the creation of new knowledge through a dissertation. Kaya pag sinabing doctorate program, may dissertation ang tawag dyan. And usually involves the publications of research in a peer-reviewed, typographical error, in a peer-reviewed academic journals to demonstrate and to advance scholarship. Therefore, ang pinaka-keyword dito is publication of one's research. Kaya po, yun ang reason namin ni Dr. Ray kung bakit tuturuan namin kayo ngayon kung paano gumawa ng isang research for publication. Iga-guide namin kayo dun sa methodology ng IMRAD na yon. My role now is giving you the content of the CHED Memorandum Order number 15 series of 2019 that is expected to be implemented now. Kaya yung implementation niya po ay ngayon na po yan. Kaya sinishare ko po sa inyo yung requirement ng CHED Memorandum Order. So, why do we need to publish? Because nga, we are pushed, we are required by CHED Memorandum Order number 15 series of 2019. O sige, para mas ma-highlight ko pa na kailangan yung mag-publish talaga. Ito yung mga summary ng mga programs. I do not know if you can see it. Pero nasa internet naman yan, you can download that. Yan yung summary ng mga programs na, by the way, starting 2 years from now, medyo magbabago na yung magbabago yung nomenclature na gagamitin ng CHED. Merong Master of Arts academic track, Master of Arts by research, Master of Science academic track, Master of Science by research, etc. etc. Marami po 'yan. Pero hindi po 'yan ang highlight ko kasi pang pang management ng graduate school 'yan. Ito pong major requirement and student output. Tingnan nyo. Passing the comprehensive examination, thesis, and take note, at least 1 publication in refereed journal or juried creative work. So lahat po yan, kung papansinin niyo rito sa major requirement, at least 1 publication during the program implementation. Ibig sabihin, habang nasa program po kayo, you are required to publish your research paper. Kaya ngayon pa lang po ay in-inform ko na po kayo na yun po yung magiging requirement ng ating Commission on Higher Education. Wait lang po . I'm sorry. Nawala ba?
Na-minimize lang, sir.
Sorry lang . Sorry medyo nagkaroon ako ng problem dun sa aking na-click. Kasi until now marami pang nagjo-join kaya nahati yung attention ko doon sa aking PowerPoint at saka sa mga nagjo-join. Okay, ako rin kasi yung host. By the way, may Zoom link can accommodate up to 500 participants. Kaya ayan, marami nagjo-join sa ating sharing this morning. May na-click lang ako. All right. So that's just my purpose of showing you these pictures because the requirements would always be publication. Makikita niyo po 'yan sa CHED website. Ayan po. Publication in an internationally refereed journal for both master's and doctorate program. Yun lang po yung ina-highlight ko. And that is why we need to learn how to write research for publication. Even for faculty members po, meron ding requirement, especially doon sa Section 4 ng CHED Memorandum Order. Allow me to read the first paragraph. Generally, faculty teaching in graduate programs, especially the doctoral level, shall be holders of doctoral degrees who have track record of scholarly work, research or creative work, and with publications and in refereed journals and or books published in reputable academic publishing companies. So pag binasa niyo po yan, hindi ko nang babasahin lahat, pinrint screen ko lang yan, isa lang po ang meaning niyan na kailangan po natin mag-publish. Hindi lang po ang estudyante, pati po ang mga professors. Kailangan po natin regularly, at least once a year, na magkaroon ng publication. Because 2 or 3 years from now, when this CMO will be strictly implemented, those faculty members who do not have publications will not be given any chance to teach in the graduate school. And 2 to 3 years from now, those students who would like to get a degree, either MPA, MAED, or EDD, you will not get a degree unless you publish a research paper in an international reputable journal. Yun po yung reason ko kung bakit ko po sinishare sa inyo ito. I am preparing you for the future. Kasi po gusto ko po lahat ng estudyante na naka-enroll ngayon ay makakuha ng degree, makagraduate. Pero para po yung makagraduate kayo po, ito na po ngayon yung kinakailangan. And this was released last 2019 of December. So bagong-bago lang po ito. Kaya kailangan natin itong matutunan. So even in paneling, no? Yung mga panel members, The thesis or dissertation panel shall have among its members content and method specialists. The thesis dissertation advisor shall be selected from the content specialists, but he or she must be a doctoral degree holder with completed and ongoing research or creative work. O ibig sabihin, hindi ko nababasahin lahat. Ang ibig pong sabihin lamang niyan, pag ang panel member po ay uupo sa defense, dapat po meron din siyang publication. Kasi nga po, ang itinuturo po ng ating mga panel members ay iginaguide na yung paper ninyo para maging acceptable po sa mga publishing industries or management. No? So yun po yung purpose why I'm sharing you this. So this is now the reason why Dr. Reynaldo Cruz skills in writing a research for publication is very important. Kaya pagdating sa presentation ni Dr. Ray, I'd like all of you to listen very intently because he will be discussing the important parts of a publishable research paper. And of course, the beauty, if you publish a research paper, hindi lang kayo makakapag-publish, magkakaroon pa kayo ng citation. Example, yung papers namin ni Dr. Ray. Most of our papers, we are co-authors. Example, ito yung profile. So merong citations, merong H-index, merong I-10 index. So before your paper will be cited, dapat ma-publish muna siya. So publication first before citation. So this is now the beauty. If we publish our research paper, there is a big chance that our paper will be cited. Tingnan nyo yung aming citations si Dr. Ray, 64 na all in all. Tapos may H-index pa na 5 and I-10 index na 10. In one of our discussions, ay i-discuss ko sa inyo kung ano mga meaning ng mga indices na yan. But these indices, these are the parameters of research productivity. And when I say parameters, those are objective parameters. When I say objective, measurable po siya. Hindi po tao lang ang nagsasabi na siya ay research productive. The indices will tell itself na meron talagang productivity yung researcher. And take note, 2020 ngayon, meron na kaming citations na about 13, kung makikita nyo rito. 13 citations. Ibig sabihin, meron kami mga papers ni Dr. Ray na this year, 13 times na na-cite. Summary lang po ito. And your independent learning activity or assignment is you go to Google Scholar and search for that. Yun ang tinatawag na independent learning kasi lahat naman ngayon nasa Google, pwede nyo nang i-Google. So with that, I guess I am so ang tanong ko ngayon is, are we equipped with writing research or publication? If your answer is not yet, then this is the time for you to listen to our next presenter. I would like to present to you Dr. Reynaldo Cruz, one of the pioneers of research publications. Isa yan sa mga haligi ng research publication. So I'm giving now the floor. By the way, questions will be entertained later after the presentation of Dr. Reynaldo Cruz. No? So I will end my lecture now and will give the floor to Dr. Reynaldo Cruz for the discussion of the details of the IMRAD format.
Thank you, sir.
I will now share screen. Dr. Ray, naka-open na po yung aking share screen. And so while Dr. Ray is sharing the screen, the PowerPoint screen, sige, okay na pala. Naka-share na. I will entertain questions siguro later on na lang after Dr. Ray's discussion. Dr. Ray, you now have the platform, the Zoom platform.
Hello, a pleasant day to everyone. To Dr. Nuki, all the graduate faculty members presented earlier, and to all our dear graduate education students. A pleasant day to everyone. After all the challenges, the contemporary challenges facing the new normal graduate education, I guess we are now ready to talk about research writing for international publications. Today, more than ever, the Commission on Higher Education has been emphasizing the blend of three traditions in higher education. I'm referring to the trilogy of teaching, then service, and lately, the challenge of research. In fact, no tenets in higher education are held in higher regard than the commitment to knowledge. And my dear graduate students, this is the very reason why research is considered central to the work of higher education. You know, it's even interesting to mention that even in basic education, research is considered a vital function of teachers. My dear graduate students in the public schools, are you asked to do action research in your respective institutions right now? Michael, pwede mag-ano rito, may I hear some comments from our graduate students? Fellow graduate students in the public schools, may I know if you are asked to do action research in your respective institution?
Yes, po, sir. Yes, po, sir. We are encouraged po to do an action research.
Yes, sir.
And that's very good. That's a very good practice now. Dr. Nuke has explained to us the new challenges that we have to contend with in the new normal society. At its best, my dear graduate students, research contributes not only to the stock of human knowledge, but also to the intellectual climate of the institutions. And in line with this, it appears very necessary that you and I, in fact, all of us, should recognize the value of research in our academic life. And the best way to understand and appreciate research is to do research. Today, ladies and gentlemen, in our academic exchange, we shall begin. I have prepared a paper consisting of three parts. We shall begin with the basic concepts about research. In other words, what is it all about? The second topic will be, briefly, we shall discuss the research process, or how do we go about it? And finally, we shall talk about the parts of a journal article following the IMRAD format, the format required for international publications. Because of the constraint of time, let me just flash on screen some of the basic concepts that I would like to group the group to go about or to read about. And then later on, you will have full text of the lecture, so you can simply browse over the explanations. I do not have the physical time to discuss each this morning. Okay, so the basic concepts I'm referring to is that everyone must understand that research is a systematic inquiry designed to further our knowledge and understanding of a subject. This was very clearly explained by Dr. Alvin Nuki. It is a systematic process of finding answers to questions and solutions to problems. And this explains why research is very important, not only in our academic endeavors, but even in our practical life. The research that we're expected to do must be systematic, logical, empirical, reductive, and critical investigations of hypothetical propositions about assumed relationship between and among phenomena. What do I mean by this? This is the very technical definition of research. systematic, logical, empirical, reductive, and critical investigations. So when we do research, be sure that these characteristics are well observed. What do I mean by each of these? No? The following slides will explain to you what the characteristics is all about, but I will not read them one by one to the group. I like to focus actually my time on the more important aspects. Okay, so here are the explanation when we say that the research is systematic. All right, research is logical when the following characteristics are well considered. All right, first and foremost, the research must employ logic. Now, meaning it's not enough that we simply describe the data or the information that we have collected. We have to employ logic. In other words, we have to explain what do the data imply or what do the data suggest. And logical examinations refers to the following. No? Kindly go over each one of these. Remember, we are in doing research, we are interested in proving and not in testing and not actually proving the hypothesis that we have formulated. All right. The next important characteristic is the empiricality of the research. And when do we say research is empirical? The following are the descriptions or the explanations. Okay. The next important characteristic is the research that we have to do must be reductive. And when we say reductivity, the process involves the use of analytic procedures, okay? Reducing arrays of data into more understandable categories or concepts, okay? Of course, this requires a certain degree of conceptualization, and we will have more discussions about this later. All right. Let me now proceed to the next topic, a more important, more substantive topic to talk about. And I'm referring to the research process. Research is a very scientific activity, and therefore it has to follow a well-ordered procedure. We normally begin by analyzing socio-educational problems. Sometimes we need not go very far. Just in our own schools, you look around and try to examine the prevailing socio-educational problems. In other words, this is the part where the researcher thinks of the topic and the problems that the research will undertake. The next step is identifying and developing the research questions and problems. Later on, we will have some examples on how to do this. We have to, when we say formulating research problems, that refers to three very important interrelated components. We have to think of a good research title. We have to formulate a meaningful research problem and a set of specific problems. So after identifying and developing the research problems, this is what Dr. Nuki was emphasizing. There is an urgent need for us to conduct an intensive review of related literature, okay, to give us some theoretical underpinnings in terms of not only problems, but frameworks, research design, data processing, and statistical treatment. Okay, afterwards, after exposing ourselves to an intensive literature review, we have to develop our own theoretical and conceptual framework. We will discuss this in greater detail later on. After we have developed our theoretical and conceptual framework, we formulate the hypothesis of the study, particularly if you are doing a quantitative research or a mixed method research design. No? For qualitative researches, this is not a requirement. And then we ready the instruments that we need to use in our research and start collecting the data. After we have gathered all the data and information requirements of the study, we're now ready to process the data and to start doing our analysis. Data processing is usually by computer system, and the most popular system that we employ is the Statistical Packages for Social Sciences, or the SPSS. And then after the SPSS software has processed our data, a very important responsibility of all researchers is to analyze and to interpret the data. This is normally the missing link in many theses that we have reviewed. The normal course of action is that researchers collect data, present them using appropriate tables or graphs, and then later on in the discussion, simply present the data and information presented in the table. So parang inulit lang natin. After we have there's nothing wrong in presenting the data and information that we have acquired. But after doing so, a more important question that we have to address is, what do the data mean to us? What implications can be drawn from the data and information that we have gathered? All right. And after that, we have to summarize and formulate our conclusions and recommendations. Very important thing, we have to observe the proper alignment of our research findings, the research conclusions, and the recommendations. In many instances, in reviewing thesis, we notice that the presentations of the findings, the conclusions and recommendations are off tangent. They are not properly aligned. And the last step that we have to undertake would be drawing of implications and recommendations and the writing of the research report. All right, this in a nutshell are the scientific steps that we have to follow in conducting our research activity. The stages of socio-educational research. Let's try to pause for a while and discuss some important issues regarding the different steps. Step one, as I said, is analysis of socio-educational issues and problems. When we talk about research conceptualization and development, my dear colleagues, we are actually interested on the issue of how to develop the idea about the research project. And this definitely involves, first, formulating good research problems. And as I mentioned earlier, this consists of three important parts. Formulating a good research title, formulating a meaningful research problem, and related specific problems. Okay. Let's start with the first one, selecting a good topic for research. I like to inform our budding researchers that there are some criteria that we have to observe in selecting a good research topic. It would be as good as your guess. The very first criterion is interest. In other words, it is a requirement that the researcher must be grossly interested in the topic that he or she writes. Expect that there will be issues and problems that you will get along with as you do your research. But if your interest on the topic is genuine, you will not simply give up. You will pursue the research endeavor with zeal and enthusiasm. So this must be the first criterion. Second, you talk about workability. Practically, when we talk about workability, we mean, is there a possibility that we get a set of respondents who would be made respondents in our research? Sometimes we work on a very interesting topic that we have drawn from the literature, but when you're actually doing the research, you feel so frustrated that no one would like to be a respondent of your study. I remember when I was in the graduate school program, one of our top graduates, who is a psych major, decided to work on a topic that not one in the university has ever written. And at that time, medyo matagal-tagal na yung aking graduate school years. She thought of working on the factors influencing homosexuality in schools like that. Initially, he was thinking that right there in our universities, ang dami niyang makukuhang respondents. But when she was actually doing her research, not one of the possible people in her mind would like to identify himself or herself as a respondent of the study. And therefore, however good the study is, if you won't have the cooperation of people, well, you will not be able to finish your research. Okay? Another one is if your study deals with issues like income and expenditure items, or sabihin natin, viability of operating Montessori school programs in your community. You know how difficult it would be to get real data on income generated by schools. So all of this have to be considered. The possibility of getting a set of respondents, the possibility of getting the data requirements of the research. Another very important characteristics or criterion in selecting a good topic would be the theoretical value of the research paper. How do you explain this in simple terms? When we say theoretical value, we mean, well, the findings of the proposed study contribute in improving the state of the art of school management, the art of governing school programs, the art of teaching particular subjects. So this is what we mean theoretical value. As early as your proposal defense, medyo magigisa kayo ng panel ninyo dyan. You have to convince your panel members about the theoretical value of your proposed study. Of course, the practical value. Who would be benefited by your research? You must be able to identify a group of individuals or institutions who will benefit from the findings of the research. And maybe finally the critical mass. The topic or the research topic must be able to generate the enthusiasm of people, not only in the school, in your community, or in the entire education system. Okay. So I hope these 5 criteria are clear to everyone. Are there some questions you would like to raise about the important criteria? Well, if there's none, I will now proceed to the basic questions that we ask in selecting a good research title. All right. The first question is, does the title describe what this study is all about? According to some experienced researcher, ang isang magandang guidelines na dapat natin tandaan is, the title must be long enough to be descriptive and short enough to be catchy. It will not be good that we work on a topic that is a very long title. Sometimes, simply reading it, part of it has been forgotten already. No? The keyword is the title must be long enough to be descriptive and short enough to be catchy. And it must be academically phrased. Be sure it's not verbose or wordy. And when do we say that the number of words in your title is acceptable? I got a guidelines from the American Psychological Association manual. Is the title within 12 substantive word requirements of the APA. Translating this in social terms, your research title must contain not more than 12 content words. So it should not be very long. It should not be very short. Very long title is not good. A very short title is also not good. My memory brings me back, yung research writing is just like movie directing or script writing. Look at our famous script writers when they write scripts for certain movies. Tingnan niyo yung mga titles nila. You will usually not find a movie titles that are very long, and they would not prefer very short title. Halimbawa, ba yung sinasabi natin very short title and that's not very descriptive and not academically phrased? Yung sinasabi natin, what one-word movie title do you remember? Dear graduate students, can you recall a one-word movie that you have seen lately? Anyone?
Sir.
Yes. Could you give me one example?
Speed.
Yes. All right. And usually, sabi natin, hindi yan very descriptive. Kaya pag nakita natin mga, again, another example.
Speed, sir.
Speed. Did
Twilight.
Okay. Yung sinasabi natin ng mga one-word title, yun, sabi natin, sa mga tabloid, nakikita natin yan, yung mga hayok. Usually, it's not palatable to the taste. Kaya pag gumawa tayo ng thesis titles, it should not be very short, it should not be very long. Guidelines natin, not more than 12 substantive or content words. So to give you a better feel of choosing good titles, I tried to collect some good titles of researches conducted in not a distant past. So let me present to you some sample research titles just to give you a better feel of what I am talking about. All right? For example, breaking walls, building bridges, matching teaching and learning styles in classroom. An example of a descriptive correlational research. Especially in this time of pandemic, Dr. Alvin emphasized that the conduct of experimental research is seemingly not very feasible. Kaya kadalasan, descriptive ang research design natin. Look at this one. Garbage to go bar. Dump site to gold mine. Proposed solid waste management recovery programs for a certain school. An example of a descriptive exploratory research design. Another one. Ito, very recent ito. The state of implementations of senior high school program. An explanatory analysis of administrative and instructional practices. A research topic that makes use of a mixed method research design. In such a design, the researcher tried to combine the good thing about quantitative research design and qualitative. Kaya tinawag natin ng mixed method research design. Another one. Work-life balance of working mothers. A phenomenological inquiry of work and home live experiences. This was written by one of my advisees, a qualitative research design. Maybe some of you are on the same boat, finding it difficult to strike a good balance between the challenges of the requirements of your work in school as administrators and your work at home as mothers and as a housewife. How do you strike a good balance? Lalo na siguro mga kapatid kung inyong partner ay hindi very supportive of your career practice. Okay? So another example. Meron pa ako mga na-collect that may interest you actually. Art therapy among overt adolescent gays with high aggressive level. Of course, this is an experimental research. Suicide survivors rising from the fall. This is an example of a grounded theory research. Ano ito? Mga quality research ito, no? Qualitative research. Can you imagine? Suicide survivors, but the focus of the study is how did the survivors he stood up from the malady that they experienced. Pillows, pleasures, and pains, teenage pregnancy among out-of-school youth. And look at this, very interesting. A twinkle in their wrinkle, an ethnography of seasoned educators. Of course, this is an example of ethnographic research design. Or what can you say about these topics that I have presented to you? Any comment from the graduate students? Before we go to the discussions of the part of the journal article. Yes, please.
Sir, mga modern topics po yun kung paano, hindi katulad ng dati.
Yes.
Modern po yung topic at saka mas precise and short po. Hindi po katulad ng mga old style po, sir.
It's very nice. Kamukha itong ginawa natin, no? The second topic, look at this. Rising from the fall. Very important, no? This one. Nowadays, just last night, I was viewing parang ang ating incidences of pregnancy ay mukhang nag-increase substantially during the pandemic. Kasi lagi daw magkakasama sa bahay. Hindi nakakalabas masyado yung husband and wife. Kaya iba ang napagtuunan ng pansin. No? But what strikes me here is, what is meant by pillows when we talk about the problem of teenage pregnancy? Pleasures, the pains. No? And then this one. We know what we mean by seasoned educators. But in describing the ethnography of the educators, ang focus ng research is the twinkle behind the wrinkles. Very interesting. Don't you find it? No? Kaya tsaka meron pa tayong mga more recent. Ito, implementation of senior high school program. Ito naman ay dealing with a social issue right now. Balancing work and home challenges of working mothers. All right. So these topics are presented to you just to give you a better feel on what I mean by good title. Unless there are some questions that you would like to ask, let me now present to you the parts of a journal article using the IMRAD format. Okay, the IMRAD format is the one that we are presenting to you because Dr. Nuki, myself, and Dr. Diaz have discussed that we have to prepare you for the current challenge of requiring all graduate students before graduation to have a research published in internationally refereed journal. If you are thinking of publishing your research paper in an internationally refereed journal, you have to comply with the IMRAD requirement or IMRAD format. And this means the following. These are the important steps, no, in presenting your research paper following the IMRAD format. IMRAD is an acronym. And what does I stand for? Dear students, what does I stand for in IMRAD?
Introduction.
That's good. Introduction. And the introduction contains the following. A good theoretical background of the study. Why is the study important? All right. We will discuss this in greater detail. The theoretical framework, the conceptual framework, and of course, a summary of the literature review. All this must be important elements of your thesis introduction. And then we go to the M, IMRAD. And M stands for?
Methods.
Okay, or methodology. So under this part, yung second part ng research ninyo, you have to discuss in detail the research design that you use. What research method did you employ, and what research approach was utilized in data analysis. You have to discuss thoroughly the population and sample of the study, no? The data collection procedures utilized, and the data processing and statistical treatment. Actually, in the traditional setup, this is what we call chapter 3, methodology of the study. Okay? Now, dun sa introduction naman, sa traditional format, it's still the same thing except that the summary of literature review is separated and treated as a second chapter. So yung chapter number 1 is the problem and its background. Chapter 2 natin ay literature review. Okay, it all depends on the institutional format. The dean of the graduate school will present that to you. And then afterwards, you go to the presentation of the results and the discussions of the different findings. You ended up by citing your conclusions or possible recommendations, and then the references that you make use of. So let's talk about each important step to give you a better understanding of the IMRAD format. I just like to remind you that IMRAD requires that the writing makes use of simple language. You need not use highfalutin terms that are difficult to understand. And the style of writing must be clear and succinct. Okay? These are well discussed in the APA format or manual. So let me go to the more technical part of it. The first part of your IMRAD format is writing the thesis introduction. Dr. Nuki and I have coined this approach. No? There is an approach in writing a good thesis introduction, and we are referring to the TIOC approach. What do I mean here? T stands for one way of introducing your topic will be to provide trends, issues, problems associated with or related to the topic of your research. Trends, issues, and problems related to your research topic. For example, one of the researches that Dr. Nuki and myself have co-authored was a topic about a research paper that we submitted to the Department of Health regarding the incidence of tuberculosis. I think the topic has something to do with the state of implementations of yung tuberculosis program, and its the exact title is parang predictors of treatment compliance in tuberculosis, somewhat like that. How did we present the TIOC approach? First, we presented relevant statistics worldwide, citing among others how serious TB is as a disease. Afterwards, we present relevant statistics region-wide, Asia. No? And then afterwards, we presented the statistics national level. So from global, regional, and then national, and then finally local. So setting the tone before we present the findings of the study, we created a perspective. Now, how serious tuberculosis as a disease, no? Citing global statistics, regional, national, and local statistics. And then afterwards, we ended up by citing current issues and problems being faced by the country regarding tuberculosis. All right? So, ito yung aming guidelines sa inyo. How to write a good thesis introduction. Highlight the trends related to the field of study. Second, pinpoint issues underlying the trends. Issues actually, usually, they come in the forms of problems. Issues and problems underlying the trends. After doing that, we state the overall objective or the intent of the paper in the light of the gap identified. You remember, earlier you presented trends related to the discipline. And then you highlight the issues and problems associated with the problem. The next step is, what can your proposed study do to address the issues and problems cited? And this is what we mean by the objective, stands for O. And finally, the last is discuss the possible contributions of the research in improving the state of the art, improving disciplinary theory research, improving practices, as well as policy directions. So this is what we mean by writing a good thesis introduction. Any comment or question about writing the thesis introduction from the group? Are the guidelines clear to everyone?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay, so that means we will proceed to the next topic. And after writing your thesis introduction, you have to write, after exposing yourselves to an extensive review, you now are required to develop your theoretical and conceptual framework. We start with theoretical framework. And there is an approach that we are suggesting to you to be observed. The SEC approach. Meaning, you state, rule 1 is state the theory. Where do you get the theory that will be used as the backbone of your research? Sige nga po, saan kinukuha natin yung theory na yan?
From the journal po, from research journal.
Literature review po.
That's very good. No? You conduct extensive review and you can get management theory, scientific theories that can serve as the backbone of your research. A theory that captures the requirements of your major and specific problems. All right. In the absence of a theory that is really capturing the requirements of your paper, you can formulate your own research postulates or research assumptions and then explain it. All right. So the best way is find the relevant theory. State the theory. Afterwards, ito po yung suggested stems. How do you do it? You can start your theoretical framework discussion by saying the theoretical basis of this research is the Hempel's theory, which states that, or the study is theoretically anchored on Maslow's theory of learning, which states that. Na kanina sinabi ko, kung wala kayong makitang relevant theory, huwag niyo masyadong puwersahin. Hindi maganda yung pinupuwersa, maganda yung bigay na bigay. Kaya you can make use of research postulates or research assumption. And you can start your theoretical framework by saying, this paper is premised on the assumption that managerial effectiveness of bank managers is a function of, shall we say, functions of communication skills and interpersonal relationships. And then explain. Okay, this is what I mean by stating the theory. Okay? Rule 2 is, after stating the theory, you have to explain it. What does the theory spout? What does the theory provide? So you have to discuss it. That's rule 2. And finally, contextualize the theory. How was the theory applied in your own work setting? For example, you're talking about leadership. When you use leadership as a variable in your research, how did you quantify? Are there some parameters or indicators that you use? Because when you talk about leadership theory, ang dami-dami niyan. We have the transformative, we have the laissez-faire, transactional. Ngayon, meron pa tayong tinatawag na technology leadership and all those things. Now, as used in your paper, how did you quantify or how did you operationalize the theory? All right. So, my dear colleagues, these are the 3 rules that you have to observe in writing a meaningful theoretical framework. Let me give you an example. Ayan, tingnan niyo po ito. Sample theoretical framework. The study draws theoretical support from Hempfield's theory. That is rule 1. Okay? Which states that effective leadership behavior is associated with high performance of people in organization. He opined that effective leadership strikes a good balance between attaining the task function of the organization and maintaining good interpersonal relationship among personnel. That is rule 2. Siguro dagdagan nyo na lamang yan by saying leadership was quantified in the study using the following parameters. Yun ang contextualize. It's not really very difficult, not really very technical. So I hope this example gives you a clearer view on how you state your theoretical framework. May comment po ba kayo dito sa writing of theoretical framework before we go to the conceptual framework?
None, sir.
Okay, so let's go. After stating your theoretical framework, ang susunod nating activity is writing the conceptual framework. How is the theoretical framework different from your conceptual framework? Let me give you some insights. A conceptual framework is a set of terms and relationships within which the problem is formulated. So in other words, the theoretical perspective that you cited earlier will now be translated into specific terms and variables. For example, when you say leadership styles, maybe you mean transformational, transactional, and laissez-faire. Okay, so you have to translate the theory into specific terms or variables. When you talk about performance, halimbawa, ang study nyo is leadership styles and its impact on, shall we say, student performance or teacher's performance. Now you have to explain performance will be measured in the study using the IPCRF indicators, namely 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The public school teachers are very much aware of the IPCRF indicators. Okay? Tina-translate natin. Yun yung terms. Kaya sa conceptual framework, this is usually presented in the form of a model. Normally, may mga form, meron tayong ginagamit ng mga models like IVMVDV, o kaya naman yung IPO model, or the concept flow model. I'll give you some illustrative examples to drive the point clear. My dear colleagues, a conceptual framework relates or translates the basic theory or postulate into specific concept. That's what I'm telling you, no? Yung theoretical statement, gagawin natin, na which is general in terms, ita-translate natin to specific concepts like specific variables or specific concepts. Okay. Yung relationships na sinasabi natin na ito is indicated by the symbols that you use. Remember, you have your IV at the left, the DV at the right. Tama po ba yan?
Yes,
sir. The friends? Okay. Di ba
Yes,
paggawa
sir.
natin conceptual framework? At the left side, we write the independent variables. At the right side, the dependent variables. And then you connect the IV to the DV using some symbols like you use solid lines. And pagka gumamit tayo ng solid lines, the relationship that we are proposing is ang focus ng study mo would be analyzing the relationship of the IV with the DV. But if the arrowhead, if the solid line contains an arrowhead at the end, that means the researcher is focusing on not simply relationship between and among variables, but the focus of the study is cause and effect study. Yun ang sinasabi nating relationship. Pag gumamit kayo ng broken lines, the hypothesis that you are communicating is that the IV have indirect or tangential effects on the DV. In other words, what I'm trying to tell you is the symbols that you use in writing your conceptual framework suggest the hypothesized relationships between your IV and the DV. To sum it up, solid lines is indicative of analyzing relationship. Solid lines with arrowheads is indicative of dealing with cause and effect study. If you use broken lines, you are suggesting that the IV are indirectly or tangentially related with your DV. Okay. The conceptual framework, let us remember, is usually depicted by a diagram or a schematic framework called paradigm, the research paradigm. The paradigm is actually the operational framework of the research. And this illustrates the variable coverage as well as the interrelationship between or among variables. Again, to drive the point clear, let me present to you some sample conceptual framework that you can make use of in writing your own research. Let's also remember that the conceptual framework identifies research variables, the independent variable, the dependent variable, or if there are moderating variables, and clarifies relationships among the variables. Most academic research uses a conceptual framework at the outset because it helps the researcher to clarify his or her research questions and objectives. The only exception is when the researcher is doing a qualitative research, phenomenological, ethnographic, exploratory research, grounded theory research, hermeneutics. Now, these are qualitative researches, and the qualitative researches do not require theoretical and conceptual framework. Pabaliktad po ito. Ang quantitative research begin with the theoretical framework, a conceptual framework, hypothesis, data gathering, testing, and then summary and conclusions. Pag qualitative research, you begin with gathering data through interviews, observations about a certain problem or issue. Try to analyze the data you gathered and organize them according to themes or topics. At the end result of a qualitative research is a grounded theory. So pabaliktad. Quanti begins with the theory, ends up with specific decisions and conclusions. Yung quali begins with details and ends up with the grounded theory. Yung isa, deductive, yung quanti. Inductive, yung quali. All right. Tingnan niyo po itong mga sample conceptual frameworks that you can make use of. Here is an example of a very common and highly popular conceptual framework, an IV-DV model. I guess this was a study about the relationship of administrators' leadership behaviors on teachers and teachers' performance. Yan po yung format. Relationship, kaya makikita ninyo, ang ginamit ng researcher ay panay solid lines from the independent variables going to the dependent variable. One common conceptual framework, IV-DV model. Another one is what we call the IPO model, Usually, this kind of paradigm is used when the researcher is doing a developmental research. You do a research, and then at the end, you end up with something tangible, like you end up with an instructional module. Kung halimbawa, yung topic ninyo is determinants of comprehension problems of grade school students. Tapos, perspective in developing a comprehensive reading builders. In ang topic halimbawa, no? Determinants of reading problems of grade school students, perspective in developing comprehension reading builders. Kaya ang output niyan ay yung module or yung comprehension building builders. Ang process is how did you develop the module or the comprehension builders? Ang input natin dito would be students with varying levels of comprehensions and of course instructional materials. So another very popular conceptual paradigm. Ito po yung mga modern conceptual framework. Ang tawag natin dito is concept flow model. Lalo na kung if you are working on exploratory researches. No? Yan po yung mga format na ginagamit natin. Okay? All right. At the start, siguro parang mahirap isipin kung how to develop an interesting theoretical and conceptual framework. Actually, if you have not subjected yourself to a comprehensive literature review, it's really difficult to do. But if you have an extensive literature review, it will not be as difficult as that.
Doon sa kusina.
meron yata tayong visiting or may visitor tayo. Ito po ang benefits or the benefits that an extensive literature review can offer us. For example, first benefit, it serves as a source of research problems. So you can just imagine if you have reviewed 10 very good researches. So you will have 10 sets of problems to choose from. So the idea of developing a good research and major and specific problems will not be difficult. What variable will you include in your paper? Makikita natin sa literature review yan. Because the literature review ensures that important variables relevant to the study are not overlooked. Sana when you conduct your own research, huwag yung mga variable natin age, sex, family income. Sometimes some of these variables are not relevant at all. So an extensive review will offer you a list of interesting variables that can be included in your own research. Tingnan niyo po ito. You can also get a very good historical background or perspective about your topic. So in writing your introduction, it will not be that difficult. The review is a source of a source or a basis for developing your own theoretical and conceptual framework. Lalo na yung conceptual framework, you examine 10 very good conceptual frameworks, select important variables that are meaningful and novel. Put them in one frame and that can serve as your own conceptual framework. So yung writer parang maybe akin to a mall goer, yung nagpapasyal sa mall. Titingin siya sa mga display windows at tinitingnan niya yung mga recent fashion. You scout, I like the color of that dress. So tandaan mo yung color niyon. And then afterwards, you will say, I like the cut of the skirt. I like the color combination. Or I like the design. Lahat ng what you like, when you reach home, you put them together and come up with your own pattern. That will serve as a unique conceptual framework for you. A good literature review avoids unnecessary duplication of selecting a research problem. Importante po yan at the very start. Baka you are doing a research on a topic that has been conducted already. Sayang yung pagod ninyo. Later, you may not be allowed to continue with that because a research has been conducted on the same topic and in the same locale, for example, or division. A good literature review helps the researcher to have more focus, more direction, and more clarity in the study. I'm referring to, meron kayong binasang isang magandang related study. What processing technique was utilized? What statistical treatment were applied? How did you find the findings and the conclusions of the study? If you think you found a very good statistical treatment to use, then by all means, use it in your research. Kaya sinasabi dito na a good literature review provides more focus, more directions, and clarity. And besides, a literature review familiarizes the reader with previous studies done related to the current investigation. So that's for the first part of your IMRAD format. Let's go to the second part, methods. What do we include under this? First and foremost, the research design. What research method do you intend to use? So I'm referring to the use of descriptive correlational, descriptive causal comparative, descriptive exploratory, like that, or experimental designs or historical design. That's what I mean by methods. No? You talk about descriptive, experimental, historical. When you talk about research approach, what do you intend to use? Quantitative analysis of data, quantitative approach, where you will play with numbers. Qualitative data analysis, where you have to analyze data according to themes, thematic analysis ang tawag natin. Or you will combine the strength of quanti. Meron ka mga figures, and then you will substantiate it with the strength of quali. Yun yung mixed method design. So pagdating dyan sa research design, dalawa po pinag-uusapan natin. Methods, descriptive, experimental, historical. Approach, quanti, quali, mixed method. I hope that's clear to the group. No? To explain why our research books offers a lot of discussion. Next thing that you have to talk about under methods will be the study site. Where will the study conducted? No? Who will be the what would be the population and sample of the study? So here you talk about respondents of the study. Two issues must be carefully considered when you discuss your population and sample of the study. First is, what is the sampling design? Who will be the respondents? Ano? Yung sample size, for example. Dalawa pinag-uusapan dito. You have to discuss in great detail the sampling design you used in your study. So I'm referring to simple random design, systematic random designs, stratified random designs, purposive sampling designs, or maybe you make use of a universal sampling design. Okay? And yung sample naman, you talk about size. How many respondents will be employed? To answer that technical question, you have to refer to one of the statistical rules. You may use Slovin's formula, Rausoff formula, or Tachman's formula. If you are jotting down, Slovin's, S-L-O-V-I-N. Rausoff, R-A-O-S-O-F-T. Tachman's, T-U-C-K-M-A-N. Or kung teki kayo, gamitin nyo na lang yung G-power test. Using any one of these statistical techniques, you will be able to involve an acceptable sample size in your study. You also discuss thoroughly the instruments that you will use. When you talk about instruments, dalawa lang usually yan. Questionnaires or tests. Whichever, if you use a questionnaire or requirements dito, you have to discuss the contents of the instrument, the validity, the construction procedures kung gumawa kayo ng bago. Kaya ang gawin niyo kung meron kayong nakitang standardized test, by all means use it. Because to construct a new instrument will take time. In no less than 1 month if you are constructing a valid, reliable instrument. So kung may standardized, yun na ang gamitin natin. Kung wala, no choice. We make use of locally structured questionnaire. But you have to establish the instrument validity and reliability. The next thing, you have to discuss the collection procedures that you will use or you will observe. Finally, include the ethical considerations of the study and the data processing and statistical treatment that you will use in your paper. All right, so balikan nyo lang. Yung data processing, it's either you do it by computer system using SPSS or other softwares, no? Statistical treatment, balikan nyo lang yung problems ninyo. Lapatan ninyo ng angkop na statistical test yung bawat problems so that you will be able to analyze and achieve the objectives of formulating the problem. That is the second part of the IMRAD format. Tips in writing the methodology: provide a detailed description of how the study was conducted. You should provide enough information so that others could duplicate the method. Research method, the research approach, as I mentioned earlier, the respondents of the study, the instruments of the study, data gathering procedures, and data processing and statistical treatment. So we go to the fourth element, the statistical reporting of the data. When you present the results of your study, normally there are 3 presentation styles, no? Textual, tabular, and graphical. There is not one best presentation style. Experience tells us that a combination is always preferred. You use tables and text, graphs and text, or you combine the 3, tabular, graphical, and textual. The report's research results of his hypothesis is presented in order as presented in the introduction. May not be fully understandable without statistics or thematic presentation. Kaya huwag ninyong takasan ng statistics, napakadali niyan, hindi na problema yan. We have a lot of statistical softwares available in the market. Kung gumagamit kayo ng quantitative or mixed method design. Itong thematic presentation, you will use this if you are using or doing a qualitative research. Okay? Research results may be best presented using the combination. This is what I'm telling you. Combine the textual, tabular, and graphical style of presentations. Under the discussion part, please remember the following guidelines. No? Review, interpret, and evaluate the results. This is what I'm telling you. Do not be contented with simply presenting the data in the table. What do the findings mean to you? Evaluate, draw implications, and write your own interpretations of the data. List the hypothesis and state whether the study, based on the data gathered, whether the hypothesis should be rejected or accepted. And better still, discuss the results in the light of the past work. In other words, which of the studies presented in the review provide support to the rejection of your hypothesis? Cite ninyo yun, because this could reinforce the discussion of your own paper. You may also present findings that negate, but be sure you explain the reasons for the difference. All right? Weaknesses of the current study are reviewed, and suggestions are also offered for further improvement. And you end up your discussions by citing directions for future research. In other words, what did the researchers conclude? What significant recommendations were drawn? Okay, and finally, state the conclusions and recommendations of your study. Very briefly, conclusions and recommendations must be aligned with the findings. That is what I am telling you. No? At the start, before you write a full-blown conclusions and recommendations, experience tells me that I start with the matrix. Column 1, problems of the study. Column 2, findings of the study. Column 3, conclusions of the study. And column 4, recommendations of the study. If you do it columnar, no, makikita ninyo yung alignment. When you are assured of the alignment of the findings, the conclusions as well as the recommendations, that will be the only time that you can write the full-blown conclusions and recommendations of the study. The summary should include the research design, the populations of the sample, and the statistical techniques used. Kumbaga, ito yung introduction part of chapter 5. Next, the summary of findings or the results of the study are presented in the order of the problems raised in the study. So, usually thematic, you know? The data gathered are presented according to topics or themes. First topic would deal with specific problem number 1. Second topic or second theme is aligned with problem number 2, and so on. The conclusions must be based on the findings of the research. Nakakatuwa naman na ang data na ipinresent mo will show that the teachers possess the required educational qualifications and teaching experience. And that explains the reasons why their performance are all very satisfactory. Tapos ang recommendations mo is to conduct in-service training to further enhance the qualifications of the faculty. Hindi aligned. That's what I'm telling you, yung alignment must be carefully observed. The recommendations must be based on derived conclusions. Okay? I hope this presentation has given you some crystal thoughts in writing and reporting your research using the IMRAD format. The remaining 5 minutes can be spent for a short open forum. May I turn over the floor to Dr. Nuki for...
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Rinaldo Cruz, for that very comprehensive discussion of the contents of the IMRAD format. No? We will now accept clarifications or questions from our students in the MPA, MAED, and EDD programs. The Zoom platform is now officially open for your questions if you have. The questions may be addressed from the first topic that I discussed regarding the requirement of CHED on publications, and you may throw your question to Dr. Ray with regard to the contents of the IMRAD format.
Hello. Good afternoon. Good morning, sir.
Good
morning, Doc.
Kindly state your name, your program, and to whom you are going to address the question, please.
Sige po. I am J.U. Suico from DABSU. Program is Graduate School EDD po.
All right.
First of all, my appreciation po sa effort ninyo and your time, Doc. Doc Cruz, thank you po. Dr. Git, thank you po. But then our group, meron po kasi kaming queries, and these are the following. Ang position po namin right now, we are 27 units or credits pa lang po. And sa typical session na ibinibigay ng aming dean is we have 6 consecutive sessions. Right now we have 3 sessions with you, Doc. And here are the queries. Number 1 po is that we want to have a clear expectation or the parameters of your required output para po sa aming sinasabi ninyong quantitative research. And then we would like to know about your timeline. Ano po yung expectation sa timeline namin? And then nabanggit din niyo yung presentation or the paneling. So ano po kaya yung magiging schedule nito? And then regarding po sa groupings naman, you have already mentioned that sabi niyo nga nasa sa amin na yon. And right now, dun sa poll po na meron namin, we have about 13 to 15 individuals who would like to have a group. And then 3 lang po yung meron kaming para sa solo. So we would like to hear your advice on this, Doc Nuki.
All right.
Thank you po.
Okay, so for the EDD program that I am handling, you are only required to come up with at least a proposal. If it is an IMRAD format, then you only need to write the introduction and methodology, minus the results and discussion for the EDD program, just a proposal. And then for those who would like to do it individually, it is approved. You are approved to do it individually. But for those who would like to do it by group, then you can group yourselves by 2, at least by 2. Remember that this is EDD program para masanay na kayong gumagawa ng inyong paper alone. Kasi your dissertation paper, as mentioned in the CHED Memorandum Order, is a requirement individually before you get a degree. Yeah. And since you are under modular program and the program would usually incur 5 to 6 meetings, and this is our 3rd meeting. Ako, I'm not limiting myself to 5 to 6 meetings only. If I think that I have a topic or topics that I think you will benefit, I could still invite you. If you have time, please attend. Because of course, our subject, learning research, does not only happen overnight. It takes time. As I've mentioned a while back, reading the literature will take time. And this thing about modular, 5 to 6 meeting, ay talaga namang baka sapat lamang para doon sa conceptualization. Kasi when I require you to read a lot of literature, you will also need a lot of time to make sense of the literature. And I fully understand that all of you are professionals and actively working, either work from home or skeletal, no? Skeletal. So meaning to say na ang inyong graduate school ay isa lang sa mga components ng inyong daily living. Ibig sabihin, may iba pa kayong ginagawa. So we totally understand that, no? That's why ang aking suggestion is to just to come up with a proposal using IMRAD format. Therefore, introduction tsaka methodology lang ang ipoproduce. Kung mag-groupings kayo, at least 2. No? Yung gusto mong mag-isa, I would appreciate kung mag-iisa kayo. Mas maganda kung mag-isa. Pero kung mag-groupings, at least 2 per group. So that will be the expectation for the EDD program for DAVSU, for those who are enrolled in the DAVSU EDD program. Nasagot ko ba yung tanong mo, sir?
Opo. Thank you so much, Doc Nuki. I have a following question with Dr. Cruz.
Yes, please.
Dr. Cruz, regarding the writing of the title, it seems like some of the style were created in a creative manner, sir. What constitute or what is the difference between a professional academic style and a creative one? Yung creative po ba nowadays, I think it's already in, but then may limitations po ba siya?
as far as the APA format is concerned, no, the same standards are observed. Kaya lang, the difference in terms of title formulation will depend on the kind of study that you are conducting. The more creative titles are usually seen when the writer is doing a qualitative research. Okay, medyo iba yung statement ng problems niya. But for the quantitative, I don't think there's a big difference. I understand that we have a number of you who are enrolled at DABSU Graduate School.
Yes, sir.
For those coming from the DABSU, you may entertain the idea because Dr. Nuki and myself have been teaching at DABSU for quite some time. And meron lang kami isang observations. We are not discouraging you to do quantity research, but normally sa DABSU may strong preference sila sa mixed method designs, no? And qualitative research. Okay din naman yung quantity, kaya lang you have to make strong justification for the title. So what you're referring to, yung the use of the more creative titles for your thesis or your dissertation would normally be expected in a qualitative kind of research.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, Doc. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I'd like to add to the clarification of Dr. Ray that if you would like to use creative words or flowery words, you are reminded that you should be able to explain those words, no? Because those creative words that are inputted in your title are not just there to be creative, but they are there for you to be able to explain them. There should be a meaning for those creativity, no? And Dr. Ray is correct. Those creative words are usually inputted, are usually used if you are going to do a qualitative or mixed method type of research. But for quantitative, there is a specific reminder that the variables are specifically written in the title. At hindi siya nire-require na maging sobrang flowery o maging creative sa title. Dapat doon yung independent and dependent variables mo and what you're going to do with those independent and dependent variable. Whether you're going to do a correlation or comparative study. But those creative and flowery words, those are very much acceptable. That's correct for quali and mixed method research paper. There's nothing wrong with that. For as long as you are able to explain what do those words, creative words mean. Kasi baka mamaya, inilagay mo lang dun yun tapos hindi mo naman kayang ma-explain kung ano meaning nun. Hindi siya for the sake of making a very good title na parang it sounds like flowery. Hindi ganun ang motive nun. Ang motive nun, may meaning yon. Bawat words na ilalagay mo nun may meaning yon. No? Sige. Any more question?
It's nice to see
follow-up
familiar
question po.
faces. Yes. Go ahead. Follow-up question.
Address to Doc din po from DABSU din po. Can we have po some feedbacks as regards sa yung binigay po naming assignments regarding sa mga topics po namin?
First assignment, identification.
Sir? Yes, sir.
Yeah, all right. Starting tonight, isa-isahin ko na yung sinabit yung topics and then I will start approving the topics na. Kasi gusto ko lang munang ma-appreciate nyo ngayon kung para saan ginagamit yung topics. Now that you know the topic identification is the very first step in writing an in-graduate paper, tonight ay mag-approve ng topics ninyo.
Thank you po, sir. Thank you.
No problem.
Sir.
Hello
Sir.
po.
Hello, sir.
Yes po.
Sensya na po, naputol po kasi ako. Hindi ko po alam kung na-mention nyo. About po dun sa time frame po namin, may deadline po ba kami kung kailan po isasubmit yung aming proposal po since we have only 3 weeks after this.
So this is our third week, ano? And we are expected to finish by November 7, tama ba? It's November 7,
Yes.
our last day for the original students from EDD. Kasi meron tayong mga original students at meron din tayong mga Bulacan group students ng EDD. But for the original students, we will be finishing our module by November 7.
Yes po. Yes sir, tama po.
So is November 14 okay with you? Submission of your introduction and methodology.
November 14. Classmate, Saklolo, tulungan nyo na ako. Kaya ba natin November 14?
Hello po, Sir Nuki.
Yes, yes.
Apo. Do we need 50 literature po ba para sa mga magsusolo and 100 for the group pa rin po?
Sana, since this is doctorate, and remember, literature review is one of the important elements of a research paper. Kasi hindi nyo may susulat ang introduction ninyo at literature review ninyo kung wala kayong nabasa pang literature. The introduction and methodology part will require reading a lot of literature. So gusto niyo tumawad? Halimbawa, nasa Divisoria tayo. Ilan ang tawad ninyo doon sa literature review ninyo? Anyway, subject require. Kasi ang sabi sa akin ni Doc Dali, ang mahigpit na bili niya para sa MPA at saka EDD, kahit naman sa MAED ng MC na may Kawayan College, na yung mga klase natin is already gearing towards the development of your dissertation or thesis paper, which I agree. Kaysa naman puro reporting lang ang ginagawa, dapat unti-unti binibuild up nyo na yung paper ninyo. And according to her, kung ano yung initially mabibuild up nyo na sa klase natin, i-brush up na lang sa pagdating sa dissertation or thesis writing ninyo, which I think is beneficial kasi malilesen na yung trabaho ninyo pagdating nyo sa actual writing. Kumbaga, you are starting already your work as early as today. Pero ganun talaga dapat ang grad school, na sa mga subjects pa lang, hindi na mag-iintay ng dissertation writing or thesis writing para bumuo ng paper. Dapat as early as today, developmentally, nag-start na tayo mag-develop ng paper. So what is your preference? 50 or 100 articles?
Sir, pwedeng 50 na lang.
Nasa Divisoria tayo, from 100 tumawad ng 50. O sige, binibigay ko sa 50 ang literature.
Yes, sir. November 14 po ba? Wala po bang tawad ulit doon?
Another tawad? Ano pa yung another tawad mo, madam?
Yung extension po ng submission. Kasi sir, pasensya na po. Ang dami po kasi talaga namin ginagawa sa DepEd. Tapos po, yun yung pwede po bang wag mo ng 14? Baka po pwedeng another
20.
Pasensya na, sir.
So, sige po. Ano po ang tawad? Hanggat nandito kayo, tumawad na kayo kasi mamaya wala na yung tindero. Magkano ang tawad?
Kahit po sana another 1 week pa, sir, kung pwedeng kahit November 21 lang.
Another 1 year, mga 2022.
1 week, sir, November 21.
Sige,
Kung
submission of your introduction and methodology will be on November 21 for EDD.
Sir, permission to speak po.
Wait lang po ha. Mag-mute muna ako ng lahat kasi may naingay eh. Mute all ko muna ha, para magkaintindihan tayo. By the way, before you speak, may I remind everyone that when you attend our Zoom class, one of the basic ethical consideration, ayan, naririnig ko lahat ng usapan, ay dapat nakamute yung inyong audio. Kasi that is to respect the one who is speaking, no? So, pakimute po muna kasi maingay. Nag-focus siya ng interruption. Hanapin ko lang yung maingay. Sino po ba yun? Mute all ko muna. And then, if you would like to say something, open your audio, and then afterwards, you close it, no? Simple ethical rules sa ating klase. Yan ay batas sa klase natin. Okay. Mr. Chris Kabiling, happy birthday. What's your question?
Good afternoon po, sir. With regard po doon sa requirement po namin on our subject, pwede po ba na unahin po muna yung introduction and then to follow po yung methodology na pasok pa rin po dun sa time frame na binigay niyo po, sir, para if ever po na we have to make adjustments, of course, lalo na po neophytes pa kami, especially with that kind of format, para hindi po masyadong marami yung at the same time magigauge din po namin na if we are doing the right thing or not.
So
Na hindi po siya sana biglaan na November 13 po ba yon, sir? 14, opo.
So parang you're suggesting na ang November 14 methodology, tapos ang introduction November 13.
Isang araw lang po yung difference.
Joke lang. So what is your suggestion?
Kung possible po sana yon, sir, halimbawa at least a week yung introduction, and then kung mabibigay po sa amin yung mga comments or feedback doon sa mga nagawa po naming intro, then we could proceed po doon sa methodology.
So you are suggesting na 1 week interval?
Kung pwede po sana, sir. If amenable po yung sa mga kaklase ko rin po.
Kindly ask your group mates if they are amenable with your recommendation na parang November 7 introduction, November 14 ay methods. Okay ba yung mga kagrupo mo?
Sir, parang kanina nasa November 21 tayo. Bakit po naging 7 at saka 14?
I'm sorry?
Parang kanina, sir, nasa November 21 po tayo.
November 21. I-move. Ayaw nga pala 21 O sige. So November 21 ang methodology. So kailan ang introduction?
Parang 21 po, tapos a week after. Yun pong method.
21 ang introduction, tapos 28 ang ang methods.
Yes po, sir. Pwede po.
Kung yun ang gusto ng nakararami, yung sa EDD original group. By the way, meron tayong original group 1 tsaka group 2 dito ha. Group 1 ng EDD and then group 2 ng EDD. Yung group 2 ng EDD, iba yung ating arrangement, no? O kung gusto ba ninyo, ganun na rin, yung sa group 2 ng EDD. Yung mga galing sa lako na nabuo na grupo ng EDD. Kasi meron tayong dalawang grupo dito, isang original na taga Davao talaga, at saka isang bagong buo na you're about 20 something, no, na EDD from lako. Sige, sa EDD from Davao na original, approve sa akin yon for 21 and 28. Walang problema sa akin.
Thank you so much po, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Doc Nuki, may follow-up pong question.
Follow-up.
Sir, CJ po ulit, JUS Week po ulit.
Yes.
Regarding po sa grouping, just for clarity lang po daw, is it 2 at most or 2 at least?
2 at least.
2 at least. So we can, kung grouping po sila, they can go more than 2, of course.
I'm sorry. 2 at most pala.
2 at most.
Max of 2.
Okay po. Thank you.
Sorry, max of 2. Kasi intro ng methods na lang Tapos doctoral program pa, kaya dapat medyo natin ng konti. Yun lang ang final requirement niya sa klase natin.
Sir, another clarification lang po.
Yes po.
Yes po. Sir, if yung sa grouping po, they will have 50 literature review, what about po dun sa mga magsosolo? Ilan po yung gagamitin po namin?
So what do you suggest? Sige, kasi feeling ko kahit may ibigay ako, may isa-suggest kayo. So what do you suggest now? How much? How many?
Can we have a maximum of 20?
When naman kasi EDC kapatid. Kung 50 sila, siguro mga 49 kayo.
Ay.
Hindi, okay lang. Kahit mga 30 siguro, para hindi naman...
30 po. Okay po, sige po.
We-build up pa lang naman natin. Pagdating nyo sa dissertation writing, dadagdagan nyo na lang na dadagdagan.
Yun kasi po yung worry namin, sir. That's another thing po kasi. More likely 1 or 2 years pa lang po kami magda-dissertation. Baka po kasi yung gagawin po namin ay susulat po namin na ipapasa sa inyo. It might be obsolete na po pagdating ng panahon. Kasi we are working with yung mga current na issue na pwede namin gawin sa aming ipapasa po sa inyo. For example, I'm working with the problem that arise ngayon pong pandemic na to. It might be obsolete pagdating po namin dissertation writing namin.
How long do you plan to finish your EDD program?
Pang 27 units pa lang po namin to, sir. So more likely we still have 1 year for our 1 year para po sa mga po namin, subjects po namin. Oo.
According
so
to
more
the Commission on Higher Education, the acceptable number of years of your literature is at least 5 years. So kung 1 year pa ang inaantay mo, baka pumasok pa rin pag after a year yung mga literature na magagamit mo.
Okay po.
Gamit mo pa din siya. Hindi siya masasayang.
Sige po.
Alright?
Sir.
Sir, good afternoon po. Ayun.
Sorry po.
Sige
Sir,
po,
last na
Ma'am
lang
Ems.
po. Last na lang po, Sir Emily Grones po. Sir, yung proposal po namin, saan po namin isa-submit? Gagawa po ba tayo ng Google Drive or sa Messenger nyo lang
Gagawa
po?
ko ng
Sa FB.
email address kung saan nyo isi-send ang inyong mga outputs.
Okay po. Thank you, sir.
Sir, good afternoon po. Last na lang po talaga. Sir, if I may ask po, hindi naman po namin ipapublish pa po yan, no? And if ever po, will there be any discussion po how would be the process of we publishing it in the international arena? Meron po bang ganon? Or yun po, first question is, will we publish it or not po? Hindi naman po siguro saan ano po. Ayun po.
My answer to your first question is that is my dream for you to publish. Kaya lang mukhang hindi ko ma-achieve yung dream ko kasi kung intro tsaka methods lang, hindi siya publishable. As discussed by Dr. Ray, it must be completed research, IMRAD. Ibig sabihin, meron ng results and discussion. So the intro and methods, of course, is just a proposal and not yet a completed research paper. So yung initial na usapan natin na sabi ko sana ang klase natin ay magkaroon ng published research paper, mukhang hindi mangyayari dahil nga napunta tayo sa Divisoria, tumawad kayo doon sa IMRAD na instead na intro, methods, results, and discussion, magiging intro and methods na lang. Kasi nga naramdaman ko yung, I could also feel your concerns and struggles in the implementation of DepEd modular programs, lalo na kung kayo ay nasa administration ng DepEd or kahit teacher, napakahirap ng buhay ngayon ng DepEd. Yung printing, halos araw-araw kayo nagpiprint ng mga modules, minsan hanggang linggo pa, no? Nagpiprint ng modules. So I totally understand that. Kaya nga hindi ko na pinilit yung mag-publish kayo ng research paper this semester. Ano na lang, kahit intro and methods na lang, parang proof lang that the graduate school program is still a research-oriented program. Kaya lang, medyo half-baked pa lang kasi nga intro and methods lang. Pero at least you are there. You're already there. Ano yung pangalawang question mo nga ulit? Nakalimutan ko.
Sir, will there be any discussion of the procedure regarding how we would publish in the future probably. Yun, sir.
If you plan to publish your research paper in the future, you can request one session, wherein I or Dr. Ray can discuss a procedure or a flow chart on how to publish a research paper. But for now, I would like to believe that it is clear to you how to write a research for publication. Let's do it one step at a time. When you already have a research paper that is completed, then let's talk about later on how to publish your research paper. That's another topic to be discussed.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Doc Cruz also.
Yes po.
Good afternoon, sir. Kami po yung naka-schedule nung Friday from Laguna.
Okay.
Na magpapacheck po. Sa Monday na po kami, na upon hearing po ngayon, yung discussion, parang ang dami po yata naming dadagdagan, nagawa na po namin yan. Pwede pong after checking na lang.
Right. For those who are in the MAED program, sa MAED program po, ay hindi po kayo kasama doon sa IMRAD format requirement. Yung naka-enroll po sa thesis seminar ng MAED, ang goal po natin is makapag-produce kayo ng chapters 1 and 2 para sa inyong proposal defense this coming November. So therefore, yung discussion po natin ngayon is going to be parang added knowledge on your part that there's such a thing as publishable research paper and there is an IMRAD format for your paper to be published. But for the MAED program who are here, MAED program under the Mekawayan College School, Mekawayan College, ang goal po ninyo ay chapters 1 and 2. I invited you here today for you to have an additional knowledge that there's such a thing as IMRAD format for publication. Pero hindi po nagbabago yung ating requirements sa thesis seminar sa Mekawayan College that you need to come up with chapters 1 and 2 for my checking kasi sa November kayo po ay proposal defense sa Mekawayan College.
Okay po, sir. Thank you.
Welcome po.
Sir, may I ask question? Good afternoon po.
Yes, Mr. Nuki.
Opo, I have heard po of group 1 and 2, the original group and 2. So we are talking of the submission. So would like to clarify po, the same with the other group. Yung introduction will be 21 and methodology is 28.
Would you like that to be?
Yes, sir. Okay. Sa akin po, on my part, that would be okay.
How about the other students for group 2? Kasi group 2 na kayo eh.
Yes, sir. Thank you po, sir.
Yeah. So siguro, you have an FB page. Mag-vote na lang kayo doon kung amenable kayo doon sa schedule ng group 1. Mag-vote, mag-poll na lang kayo. Poll survey na lang kayo doon. Titinan ko na lang doon kung ano ang inyong final decision. But yes, maximum is 2 per group. If you would like to do it solo, then you can do it alone. Walang problema doon.
Okay po. Thank you po.
No problem. Any more question? Did you learn something from our discussion today?
Yes,
yes,
sir.
Yes,
po.
sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
Meron
sir.
bang add na bagong knowledge?
Oo naman po.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Lalo na po sa ating MPA program. Kasi yung MPA po ninyo, non-thesis kayo, yung IMRAD format po ang gagamitin ninyo na style sa pagpuproduce ng policy research paper. Kasi for those who are in the MPA program, ay ang inyong final requirement is immersion and conduct of action or policy research. And the format for policy research is the IMRAD format that was discussed today by Dr. Reynaldo Cruz. So meron po bang tanong ang ating MPA at saka MAED and EDD program? Wala na? Mukhang gutom na sila kasi 12:30 na. So for your attendance, as we agreed, you are going to take pictures of our gallery view para mai-post sa kanya-kanyang mga timeline ninyo. Para sa MPA, yun po yung ating requirement. Mag-take na po kayo ng gallery view or whatever view you want. Kung gusto niyo solo nyo yung view, pwede niyo rin isama kami, and we are giving you the authority to post our faces in your timeline. Basta hindi nakakasira ng timeline ninyo at di makakapangit ng timeline ninyo.
Say cheese na po.
Say cheese na? Sige na, okay, sige.
Okay pa. Thank you.
All right. Ngayon,
Thank you po, sir.
Thank you po.
Before we end, of course, we would like to say thank you to Dr. Reynaldo Cruz. Palakpakan naman po natin si Dr. Reynaldo Cruz. Kahit
Thank you so much.
My pleasure, Dr. Nuki, and thank you very much to all the graduate students.
Informative discussion. Maraming salamat po, Dr.
Thank you very much po.
Thank you very much po, Dr. Ray.
Thank you po.
I'm so happy to see familiar faces, Dr.
Salamat po,
Nuki.
sir. Salamat po.
Dr. Ray, marami ng familiar
Salamat po,
dyan. Marami dyan ako na lumipat sa DAVSO para sa PBB program.
I can see Tess. Yes.
Thank you po, sir.
I'm so happy to see you. Si Glenn, nakita ko din dyan.
Thank you po, Sir Ray and Sir Alvin Nuki.
Hi, sir.
Thank you po.
Hi.
Tapos,
Nice to see you.
MPA, iwan po muna.
Thank you, Ma'am Margie.
Iwan po muna for a very short orientation.
Mamaya.
Kung wala na pong tanong yung EDD program,
Thank you po.
ay pwede na pong mag-lunch yung ating mga EDD students. Maraming salamat sa inyo.
Thank you po.
Thank you po.
Thank you po.
Thank you po, Doc Nuki and Doc
Doc
Ray.
Nuki, Doc Ray.
Thank you po, Doc. Thank you po.
Thank you po.
Doc Noemi.
Doc Ray, Doc Alvin.
Salamat,
Doc
Noemi.
Noemi.
Hello, friend.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Doc Noemi.
Thank you po.
Dr. Ray, thank you very much po.
Noemi.
Sir Alvin, thank you very much po. God bless po sa inyo.
Hindi kita makita.
Bye po.
Ingat kayo. Stay beautiful.
Thank you po.
Mag-iingat.
Hello, Doc Ellie.
Thank you. Hello, Doc Noemi.
Hello.
Kumusta?
Okay naman. Nandito rin mga estudyante ko.
Hi, Sir Ernie.
Oo. Thank you. Ingat kayo. Ingat kayo sa bahay.
Bye.
Doc Alvin, sabi ko ingat sila sa bahay.
Baka mamaya
Good afternoon po, Ma'am Noemi.
Afternoon.
Ma'am, as lang po, may class po ba tayo sa Eduk 2 po? Eduk 1 po?
After dito, may meet pa ako. Mag-usap pa tayo. Mag-ano ulit tayo para yun sa mga assignment natin pa.
Sige po, ma'am. Salamat po.
Madam Noemi.
Hello po.
Hello, Ma'am Melinda.
Ang may iwan po ay MPA students and MPA professors po.
MPA, wag mo na kayo aalis. Naku, baka nag-alisan na. Diyos ko.
Message na ako mga sir, ang in charge ngayon ay Nueva Ecija eh.
Nueva Ecija.
Doc Ellie, andito pa po ako.
Oo. Ma'am, yung ibang mga MPA natin, wag mo na aalis. Pakikuha.
Pabalik
Okay po, ma'am.
Mga walis na. Sabi nyo attendance to. Ang hindi ka mo umattend ng short orientation absent ngayon.
Oo, ito na yung klase natin. Pakisabihan sila.
Sige, antayin natin yung mga nag-left at pabalikin po natin. Kung meron kayong GC, pakipabalik po. At pwede naman mag-lunch habang nag-zoom. Nasa bahay-bahay lang naman eh. Working break tayo. Kasi tamang-tama, nandito na ang karamihan sa MPA. This will be our perfect opportunity to have a short orientation, no? Kasi karamihan dito ay mga bago pa. So, Attorney Aida and Doc Ellie, paki-GC, paki-message na. So we will have a 5-minute break to wait for other MPAs to attend to our short orientation, especially for those who are new in the program. Mas maganda na maka-attend kayo ngayon. Yun ang usapan namin nila Doc Ellie na pagsasama-samahin na namin kayo para isahang isahang orientation na lang. Doc Noemi, malinaw ba yung camera ko?
Malinaw po. Gwapong-gwapo pa rin.
Ay, sus Mariose. Nadamay pa yung gwapo, no? Akala ko malinaw lang.
Namiss ko po si Doc Ray.
Oo nga. Magiging natin siya, magiging regular natin siya, speaker natin siya kasi ka-team teach natin siya sa ating klase.
81 na lang. Ang nag-left ay mahigit 100.
Ang MPA natin sa pagkakatanda ko ay 140 plus. 140. Kaya pag absent ngayon, Doc Ellie at saka Attorney Aida, si Doc Noemi meron ding handle.
Opo. Pinababalik ko po ulit.
Balikin. Yung absent ka mo ngayon ay ay absent.
Yung iba daw po kasi mayroon silang emergency meeting sa school. Nag-message po kanina.
MPA nasa school?
Kasi po merong iba kaming mga estudyante na nasa senior high school, MPA ang kanilang kinuha.
Non-teaching personnel. I see. All right. Sige, antayin natin sila.
Ano dyan ba yung mga MPA natin o nasa bundok na?
MPA na yung friend. MPA na.
Oo, sige.
Let's give them 5 minutes to come back, no? 5 minutes.
Pwedeng dali na yung pagkain. Itabi nyo na yung mga pagkain sa inyong mga upuan. Diyan na kayo kumain.
Tama. Pwedeng mag-lunch habang nagmi-meeting kasi gusto ko lang ma-meet virtually ang lahat ng ating MPA students. Kahit man lang sa camera makita ko. Kung gaano ka gaganda at ka popogi.
Sound check.
During the orientation, I will request everyone to open their screen, their camera. Ang i-off lang po yung audio. Para po makita natin ang mga estudyante natin sa MPA. And for documentation purposes po kasi, pipicturean po yung gallery view ng lahat ng umattend ngayon at ipapadala po natin sa DAVSU. Katibayan po na ang MPA Bulacan Group under Doc Ellie and Attorney Aida are really doing classes or having classes. Kaya yung mga camera po ay kailangan pong naka-open.
Gulat nga sila lahat eh.
Kaya parang 2-in-1 na to, naka-attend na kayo ng lecture kaninang umaga, tapos attend kayo ng short orientation today. So after today, siguro pwede na kayo hindi magklase kay Doc Ellie kasi ito na yung pinaka klase nyo for this.
Oo, Doc, dapat may klase kami ngayon. Kaso sabi ko, ito na yung katumbas ng klase namin ngayong araw na to, itong orientation, tsaka yung ating ginawang seminar.
Tama. Marami na silang natutunan kaninang umaga. Kaya after this, pwede na kayo matulog ulit. Pwede na magpahinga. So I am requesting everyone to please open your camera. For documentation purposes po, pipicturean po kasi yung gallery view. Dapat po wala pong camera na pangalan lang ang nakalagay. Kasi alam nyo naman, kapag naka-off yung camera, maraming mga pangyayaring nagaganap. So, dapat naka-open ng camera. Kasi kanina, may nag-remind sa akin, may nagpadala ng picture. Mayroon pong umattend na nakaupo, nakabukaka yung legs, tapos nakatapat doon sa sa legs niya yung camera. So gusto kong i-ensure na sa mukha nakatapat po yung camera, hindi po itatapat kung saan-saan. Sa mukha lamang po. Or half body siguro, pero hindi sa lower body. May I also remind that you use your real name, no? Doon sa inyong Zoom, doon sa inyong dito sa inyong screen, real name po ninyo. Kasi meron pa rin ako nakikita dito na may gumagamit ng pangalan ko, merong Alvin Nuki dito, di ko alam kung sino to. And open na lang po ng camera nila. Doc Ellie, let me know pag kompleto ng mga estudyante mo, ha? Attorney Aida, para makapag-umpisa na tayo.
Opo, Doc, pwede na po.
Kompleto na. So far, we have 100 minus you, siguro mga 100 minus the professors. Ilan ba yung naka-enroll sa atin ngayon? 140 something ang naka-enroll. So merong 40 plus na wala pa, na hindi pa nakabalik or nakaka-log in.
Sige po.
Attorney Aida, nandito na rin, ano? Attorney Aida, are you here?
Yes po, Doc.
All right, okay. So siguro we shall begin na. It's already 12:48.
Okay, Doc, sige po.
All right. So once again, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our second part of our activity for today. The first part was the discussion of the IMRAD format, the format that you're going to use when you reach your non-thesis writing. Since you are enrolled at Don Honore Ventura State University, when you say non-thesis writing, it is non-thesis, but you are going to conduct or you're going to prepare a policy research paper. A policy research paper that will use IMRAD format, no, to be submitted to Don Honorio Ventura State University. For those who are not aware, Don Honore Ventura State University is found in Bacolor, Pampanga, and it has many branches all over Pampanga. And the university is SUC. Pag sinabing SUC, State Universities and Colleges, SUC Level 3. So ibig sabihin, mataas ang kanyang accreditation and the quality of education is also expected to be high. That is why we were permitted by Don Honore Ventura to have this kind of arrangement because they believe in our professors, they believe in me na hindi natin gagawing low quality yung ating MPA program. And the terminal part of your program, ibig sabihin sa pinakadulo, would be instead of thesis writing na gagawa kayo ng chapters 1 to 4, ang gagawin nyo lang po is immersion. The school will identify an organization or an institution where you are going to conduct an immersion. Pag sinabing immersion, kung kayo ay public ad, that will be a public office. But definitely not your own office kasi mawawala yung essence ng immersion doon kasi doon naman na kayo nagwo-work, no? Kapag nag-continue pa rin ang pandemic, baka ang mangyari sa immersion is online immersion. Ibig sabihin, you need not to go to that office for you to be protected from any viruses, no, from the COVID virus. Pag sinabing online immersion, pwedeng nagkakaroon kayo ng observation and immersion through online, through Zoom. And of course, the immersion is coupled with a policy research paper. And as I've mentioned a while back, the reason why we asked Dr. Ray to give a lecture on the IMRAD format kasi yun po yung gagamitin ninyo na format para sa inyong research paper. Hindi pa kapalan ng research paper yon, ano lang yung mga 10 to 15 pages lang yon. At yun po ay individual research paper po yon. Kaya nga as early as now, para hindi kayo magulat sa dulo, as early as now, unti-unti nyo nang aralin. Hindi ko sinasabing pagka-lecture kanina, alam nyo na kagad ngayon. Of course, di ko ina-expect na ganun. The reason why I asked Dr. Ray to deliver that lecture is for you to have a knowledge of what's going to happen before you graduate, no? So meron na tayong ina-expect from your end, no? At the end of the semester. That's why in-invite natin si Dr. Ray. And then in terms of the delivery of your program, it's going to be purely online. For as long as wala pa pong vaccine, hindi pa po tayo mag-face to face. Lahat po 'yon ay online. And magkakaroon lang tayo ng face to face kapag kinlear na ng government na at ng CHED na ready na tayong pumunta sa school like DAVSU para sa ating face-to-face classes. Now, ang tanong, kailangan ba every Saturday kailangan pumunta sa DAVSU kapag nagkaroon ng face-to-face? Hindi po. Kahit po ano lang yun, one Saturday a month, and then the rest, purely online na. Para lang makita nyo lang ang inyong mother institution. Bali, ang mother institution ninyo, this time would be Don Honorio Ventura State University. Yun ay kung magkakaroon ng face-to-face. Baka nga mamaya graduate na kayo, wala pa rin face-to-face. Kasi hindi natin alam kung kailan matatapos ang pandemic. By the way, I already keep on talking, but I forgot to mention that I am Dr. Alvin Nuki. I am the one coordinating your program to Don Honorio Ventura State University. Nagpapakilala lang ako para doon sa mga hindi pa po ako kilala. Para po sa ngayon lang ako nakita, no? And of course, we entrusted Dr. Eliseo de la Cruz, Attorney Aida, dahil sila ay talagang naka-recruit sa inyo. And for those who directly contacted me para doon sa MPA program, ibinigay ko muna kayo kay Attorney Aida habang manageable pa yung number of students niya. Kasi ngayon, ang kay Doc Ellie ay nasa, if I'm not mistaken, parang nasa 80 or 90 na. So iniisip ko, baka mag-suffer na ang love life ni Dr. Ellie. So yung mga na-direct sa akin na napapa-enroll ko, inilalagay ko muna kay Attorney Aida. But expect yung mga na-recruit ko na posible ko rin po kayong i-rotate kay Doc Ellie or to whoever professor that is available, no, para sa rotation. Pero yung originaling na-recruit ni Attorney Aida at saka kay Doc Ellie, alam ko naman na attached na kayo sa kanila at ayaw nyo nang mahiwalay sa kanila. Eh hindi na namin kayo kukunin sa kanila, no? Mahihiwalay lang kayo sa kanila kapag po kayo ay kumuha na ng mga subjects such as research, statistics, mga thesis seminar, basta all about research and statistics ay hindi na si Doc Ellie at saka si Attorney Aida ang mag-handle noon. Like for example, ako, kung mahawak ako ng research or statistics, parang katulad din kay Dr. Ray, nag-handle din siya ng research and statistics. Ano po? Before I continue, may I request Attorney Aida and Doc Ellie to give a short introduction or profile ng mga estudyante nila, kung mga taga saan, at nang malaman ko kung mga saang parte ng Pilipinas sila galing, no? Hindi kailangan pangalanan isa-isa, by group lang kung saan sila nanggaling. May I begin with Doc Ellie? Doc Ellie, would you like to introduce your students or your group of students?
Dok, nalilito po ako kasi ang hirap sa screen, ano? Sino po yung sa PhilHealth dito? PhilHealth. Actually, hello. Apo.
Yes.
Sa PhilHealth, sino po?
Yes, good afternoon. PhilHealth.
Ayun, Doc.
Good afternoon, Doc. Good afternoon, Doc. PhilHealth.
PhilHealth saan yan?
Good afternoon, Doc.
PhilHealth po.
NCR po.
NCR. Layo niyo pa pala, pero buti na lang online.
Doc, may mga taga Cavite po tayo. Sino dito sa PhilHealth yung mga taga Cavite?
Cavite.
Opo, iba-iba po sila kasi PhilHealth main office po sila sa main office.
May taga Cavite rin pala. Wow, okay. So mga taga Sir Eli.
Ano po?
Saan kayong iba?
Okay, sino po yung mga taga-SS? Kwan lang po.
SSS.
Hello po, taga-SS.
Hello po, good afternoon po.
Ayan po.
Ayan.
Good afternoon po.
From SSS po.
Alright, okay.
Okay, yung mga kwan po natin, LGU, yung mga taga-Kapampangan, mga tourism officer, yung iba't iba po. Saan po? LGU po, mga LGU.
Hello, magandang tanghali po.
Magandang hapon po.
Yan, mga kulitin.
PM po.
Wala. Sige.
Okay, yung mga... dito po ba yung ating mga medical doctor? Meron po bang naririto ngayon? Palagay ko, Doc, nag-o-opera. Yung kasi ibang doktor ngayon nasa COVID facilities nasa mga molecular.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Kasi, yung mga taga-provincial government of Bulacan.
PGB. Yeah, mga, asan sila?
Ayun po.
Konti lang yata ang taga,
Apo. Ayun, Doc, yun po yung po natin.
Okay. So yun yung mga grupo mo, Doc Eli.
Opo, Doc, opo.
Sige, so thank you, Doc Eli, for introducing the different groups of our MPA students. No? What about Attorney Aida? Would you like to introduce the different groups that you are handling right now?
Good morning, Doc Nuki. May I call on BIR group, please? BIR Regional Office 3. We have PNP group. We have DENR group. DENR. We have students from LGU Malolos, LGU Bustos, LGU San Ildefonso, LGU Bulacan, LGU Ubando, LGU Kalumpit. We have students from Central Bank, DepEd also, DENR, NIA.
Ano yung MIA?
Irrigation
Administration.
Alright. Okay, I see.
Ayan po. Meron po bang hindi natawag na group?
Message mo lang yung hindi pa natawag dito sa LGU Bustos. National Library. Meron pa tayong from National Library.
Meron po, Doc, yung mga taga-Baliw. National Library, nasaan po?
Meron po, Doc, sa Bureau of Fire Protection po pala, Doc.
Bureau of Fire Protection.
Doc, meron po dito taga National Library, mga taga Baliwag, Bustos, Giginto, Pampanga po, Mabalacat, hindi ko kabisado, San Fernando, iba-iba po, marami po
Alright.
Apo.
Okay, that's good.
Para po tayong wawabi. International.
Wawawi. Bakit parang wawawi? Marami, kung saan ang galing?
Opo, di ba?
Akala ko.
Mula Apari hanggang Hulo.
Akala ko sasabihin mo parang wawawi dahil magpapa-thank you sila sa Shopee. Thank you, Shopee.
Yan po, Doc.
All right, so now that I know the origins of may mga taga-SSS din may nakita ko mga taga-SSS. Now I know that the origin of our students, of course, in behalf of Don Honore Ventura State University, we would like to warmly welcome all of you in the program, in the Master in Public Administration program.
Sir.
Yes po. Yes po. Okay. We would like to welcome you, of course, and we are hoping that you can finish the program as soon as possible. Of course, kung new student kayo, maximum niyan is 2 years. Kung transfer kayo, siguro mga 1 year na lang yan, no? Pero we are here Dr. Eli, Attorney Aida, myself, and Lexi professors like Dr. Noemi. Nakita ko si Doc Lisette nandito, naka-attend din. We in the Flexi group are willing to assist you in the completion of your research paper later on. No? Pag may problema lang, ay just let us know para ma-address natin ang inyong mga problema. Also, like to request that if you have a group chat or GC or FB page, kindly invite me in your GC so that if you have questions that are related to DABSU program offerings na hindi confident masagot ni Attorney Aida or ni Doc Eli, I can provide you answers immediately doon sa mga questions ninyo. So, kindly invite me doon sa inyong GC. Ang aking FB name is Alvin Nuki. Alvin Villegas Nuki. I-add nyo lang ako para malaman ko kung ano yung mga concerns niyo related sa program offering natin ng Master in Public Administration. No? But for now, we would like to assure you that we are not a diploma mill program and you are not wasting your money and you are lucky enough because the tuition fee at DABSU is talagang very affordable. It's only 5,000 yata, 5,500 for 9 units. So talagang sobrang swerte ninyo na online na mura pa, no? So ang kailangan nyo lang is talagang matuto. And the reason why I asked for this big group orientation para isahan na lang ang sasabihin kasi isa lang din naman ang sasabihin ko sa inyong lahat na kailangan nyo magtapos at para matapos kayo, kailangan marunong kayo magsulat ng IMRAD. Yung tinuro ni Dr. Ray kanina, ganun ang paggawa ng IMRAD. Therefore, may I request na unti-unti, kahit by group kayo, group of 10, group of 5, mag-umpisa na kayo mag-try. Hindi ko sinasabing madaliin, pero unti-unti mag-try na kayong ganun ang maging output ninyo. Na mag-identify na kayo ng topic regarding good governance, regarding public administration, regarding the major subjects. Tapos, pwede na kayo mag-start gumawa ng IMRAD pa unti-unti. If you need an assistance, let's say, sabihin nyo lang kay Doc Eli, pwede ko kayong i-refresh doon sa mga parts ng IMRAD na hindi nyo masyado maintindihan and willing akong mag-zoom ulit tayo at mag-discuss ako ng IMRAD ulit. Pero ang kagandahan, dahil recorded ito, this will be uploaded in my YouTube channel. So kung meron kayong YouTube, subscribe na lang po. My name sa YouTube is Alvin Nuki. Yung mismo pangalan ko. And then, i-upload ko to doon para ma-recall ninyo yung naging discussion ni Dr. Ray since this morning, pati yung mga naging discussions ko din. But I'd like to inform you that you are in the graduate education. Ang aking reminder, let us go one step higher than the baccalaureate level. Dapat talagang pang-graduate school. Unti-unti po, nakikiusap ako na gagawa po tayo ng research. Gawin po nating research-based yung ating klase kahit hindi po siya research class. Halimbawa, maghati-hati kayo. Kung meron kayong 20 sa isang klase, let's say 2 groups, tig 10, mag-umpisa ng gumawa ng research. Halimbawa, mag-identify na kayo ng topic. Halimbawa, ang topic nyo is gusto nyo malaman kung ang leadership style ng inyong government officials ay merong effect or relationship sa public satisfaction. So parang ang variables nyo, gusto nyo malaman yung style ng leadership and public satisfaction. So pwede nang ganun kasimple lang. Basta related doon sa inyong subject matter. Pwede na kayo mag-start pa unti-unti. Tapos, kung gusto niyo magpapacheck sa akin, pwede tayo mag-Zoom at pwede kayo mag-present. Parang tayo magkakaroon, Attorney Aida at Doc Eli, ng mini colloquium. Parang ipipresent nila yung kanilang proposed research paper. Para ngayon pa lang, unti-unti, binubuo na natin para later on, pag pumunta na kayo sa writing ninyo, meron na kayong something na pwede nyong gamitin. Yun ang maganda doon. Kasi pag binigla natin na magsusulat kayo kung kailan patapos na kayo, may stress kayo. Dapat ngayon pa lang unti-untiin nyo na. No? And kung, ang suggestion ko for Doc Ellie and Doc Attorney Aida ay gumawa kayo ng FB page at paki-invite din po ako. Kasi pwede rin po ako mag-post doon, mag-share doon ng mga reading materials regarding research para makapag-share din ako ng mga notes ko, ng mga information regarding sa conduct ng research. Kasi
Doc, meron po kami, friend po namin, Doc, meron po kaming ginawa na noon pa po. Kasama po kayo doon.
Sige, kung meron na at active.
Apo, active po yun. Pina-active ko po lahat yun doon po sa mga group na pwede po kayo doon na mag-share po ng inyong mga topic and discussion about research.
Sige. Sa lahat ay ipopost ko doon para
Okay po.
Kasi I'd like to think na lahat kayo ay nag-enroll para makatapos ng degree. Tama po ba, my dear friends and colleagues? So tandaan nyo na yung mga subjects, madali yan. Aatinan mo lang yan. Pero ang challenging yung paggawa ng policy research sa dulo. So kumbaga malayo pa lang, paghahandaan na natin. Hindi yung kung kailan nandyan na, saka pa lang natin siya atupagin para hindi kayo masyadong ma-stress. No. Tingnan niyo si Doc Ellie, hindi masyado na-stress yan kasi ang planning niyan at saka si Attorney Aida, ang planning niyan ahead of time. Kung next year pa mangyayari, ngayon pa lang pinaplano na nila. Parang ganon. So yun ang tulong namin sa inyo. Gusto namin makatapos kayo ng inyong MPA degree, pero dapat ay marunong kayong gumawa ng action research, ng research, ng policy research paper. And then also, part of our requirement, every time na magkakaroon kayo ng klase, alam ko naman, nakikita ko naman na nagpo-post kayo, pero i-amplify ko lang. Mag-post kayo ng gallery view ng picture. I-post nyo sa kanya-kanyang timeline ninyo para malaman ng ating mga kababayan na kayo ay naka-enroll sa DAVSU. Huwag kalilimutan yung pangalan ng DAVSU at kung ano yung program na tinitake ninyo at kung ano yung subject na diniscuss ninyo. Tapos, meron kayong print screen or picture ng gallery view ng Zoom or whatever platform ang ginamit nyo. Kahit pwede namang Google Meet if you want. Depende kung ano yung ginagamit ninyo. Para lang meron tayong, for documentation purposes yun. Alright? So, any question? I'm now opening the platform for clarificatory questions regarding your program. Kasi this will be the first, hindi naman last. Yung last siguro sa research, pag kumuha na kayo ng research subject. Pero matagal ulit tayo magkikita. Oo. Parang short orientation lang to. Meron ba kayong katanungan regarding sa program po ninyo na gusto nyong malaman? By the way, I am standing as the coordinator of MPA program of Don Honor Ventura State University. Kaya tinatanong ko kung ano mga concerns ninyo para kung kailangan kong sagutin, kung kaya kong sagutin ngayon, sasagutin ko. Kung hindi, ay itatanong ko muna sa DAVSU para sigurado tayo sa sagot natin. Judith, are you lower hand pala? Oh. Kasi may nakaganong kamay lower hand. Nagre-raise ng hand. Mary Madeline Javier, are you raising your hand o wala lang, napindot mo lang? Walang tanong? Ibig sabihin, Doc Ellie, malinaw lahat. Attorney Aida, mukhang wala silang tanong. Mukhang malinaw ang ating usapan. Tapos, isa pa, meron tayong system, flexible learning system. Ito yung system kung saan kayo nag-encode or mag-encode ng inyong mga profile, ng enrollment kung meron pa po na hindi pa nakakapag-encode, pa-profile na po doon sa FLS, no? Pero kung nakapag-encode na kayo ron, good for you. Ang maganda roon, kapag po nag-post na ng grade ang inyong mga professors, makikita nyo na doon. Yun ang pinaka-portal ninyo. No? At yung mga transferees naman, kapag tapos na ng evaluation ang DAVSU, malalaman nyo kung ano mga subjects ang na-credit para doon sa mga nag-transfer. Kasi doon namin ipopost. Magkakaroon kayo ng sarili nyong portal, sarili nyong ID and password, kayo ang gagawa ng password ninyo para hindi ma-open ng iba. For data privacy purposes, dapat kayo lang ang nakakakita nun. Doon namin i-reflect yung mga subjects na pinapakredit ninyo kapag na-approve na ng DAVSU. Sa ngayon kasi ay nasa DAVSU pa at naayos pa yung evaluation. Binigay na namin yung initial evaluation, tapos upon the approval pa yun of our DAVSU management. Yes, Doc Ellie.
Doc, tatanong ko lang po, paano po yung ID no? Doc, hindi pa pwedeng ipakiusap na lang natin na yung ID ng mga estudyante natin dahil because of the effect of the pandemic, baka pwedeng katulad na lang din po nung ginawa natin sa MC.
Actually, pinakiusap ko yan. Ang sagot ng MIS library ng DAVSU is ang ID raw talaga ay face-to-face, kailangan pumunta doon. So maghihintay pa tayo na matapos muna ang pandemic bago makapagpa-ID kasi that is their policy.
Baka nakagraduate na sila lahat. Tama ko kayong ID.
Baka nga ganun ang mangyari. Pero I will still try my best na kausapin yung dean kasi so far, based sa pakikipag-usap doon sa MIS, para daw makapag-ID, kailangan daw pumunta doon ng personal. So pag inalaw na tayo makapasok, sa ngayon kasi hindi nagpapapasok ng estudyante sa DAVSU. Pag nag-allow na magpapasok, pupunta tayo ron by batch para doon sa ID. Halimbawa, mayroong isang may mga sasakyan naman kayo by, let's say, by 20 or by 50, ganun, by 30, pupunta tayo doon para makapagpa-ID ang mga estudyante. Pero sa ngayon, ganun ang kanilang policy na hindi ko pa, alam mo naman ugali ko, Doc Ellie, hindi agad-agad ako kumukontra.
Opo.
Pero babalikan
Opo.
Do not worry, babalikan ko yan. At kakausapin ko si Doc Dali, baka pwedeng magpadala lang sila ng 2x2 ID picture na malinaw or passport ID, baka pwedeng i-attach na lang doon sa kanilang ID. Kasi meron yata, alam mo ID nila may signature eh. I'm not sure. Baka kasi i-require sila na pumirma, baka meron sila. Di ko sure yun. Baka kailangan pipirmahan sila doon na sa system. Sa ngayon yung ID ay i-workout ko pa yon. Pero ang good news, halos lahat kayo, congratulations, ay napa-enroll na. Actually, ang swerte nyo nga, dahil mas mabilis kayong napa-enroll at mas parang naging ngayon, mas parang naging mabilis ang enrollment kumpara noon sa yung una nating sabak sa Mekawayan College, Doc Noemi, no, na talaga namang yung mga estudyante ay naghihintay ng matagal. Ngayon mas parang mabilis ang enrollment. Pagkapunta ro nila Jen at saka nila Chris, basta nakapagbayad na kayo, naka-enroll na kayo. At dapat sa ngayong mga panahon ay nasa inyo na po ang registration form ninyo at ang inyong mga resibo na naka-picture. Nasa inyo na po ba? Wala pa? Sino ang hindi pa nakaka-receive ng photocopy ng registration form at saka ng resibo?
Meron na po kami.
Meron na lahat. Sino pa ang wala? Walang sumasagot. Ibig sabihin lahat meron na. Very good. Kasi ayaw ko isipin nyo na nagpadala kayo ng pera dun sa account ko. Account number ko pa naman yung ginamit. Albinuki tapos hindi pala binayad. Kaya yung resibo yung magpapatunay na ginamit nyo lamang yung aking land bank account para magbayad sa DAVSU. No? So, ang mahalaga doon, may hawak kayong resibo katibayan na kayo ay bayad sa DAVSU. Alright? So what else?
Doc, gusto ko ding i-discuss sa kanila yung 250 na separate doon sa tuition na binabayaran sa DAVSU. Yun yung atin na kung yung sinabi nyo kanina na kapag kukuha sila ng mga data o grade o yung mga information, binabayaran natin yon kasi hindi siya kasama sa system ng DABSO. Kaya yung 250 every SEM ay kailangan magbayad ng 250 kasi napupunta yun doon sa nire-rent natin na system. Tama po ba ako, Doc?
That's right. No, thank you for reminding me na yung aming corporation, yung aming grupo ay nag-decide na magkaroon ng system, yung flexible learning system. Kasi gusto namin ay magkaroon kayo ng portal. Siyempre, techie na tayo ngayon. Kaysa naman pumunta pa kayo sa DABSO para kumuha ng grade, doon sa portal, makikita nyo na kung ano mga grades na nakuha nyo mula sa professors ninyo. So kung 4 na buwan nito, nag-start tayo ng, kailan tayo nag-start? Ng October, November, December, January. So end ng January, matatapos ang ating, by the way, 3rd trimester sa DABSO ngayon ha. So kung matatapos ng January, mga February, pag na-compute ni Doc Ellie tsaka ni Attorney Aida yung grade ninyo, ipopost na nila sa portal. So 2 submission ang gagawin nila, yung sa portal at saka yung doon sa DABSO. Ang advantage nyo sa portal, pag meron kayong sarili nyo ng account, ma-view nyo na yung grade na binigay sa inyo ni Attorney Aida tsaka ni Doc Ellie. Hindi nyo na sila kailangan kalampagin. Kasi doon sa portal ay mag-i-issue na sila ng grade na kailangan. And usually ang policy, 1 week after the last day of our classes ay dapat may grade na submit. 1 week after. Pag 1 week after, hindi nyo pa nabigay yung mga requirements na hinihingi ng professor ninyo, ay lalagyan po kayo ng INC. Kasi po, i-require sila.
Inasal chicken.
Ha?
Inasal chicken. INC.
Lalagyan kayo ng INC. Hindi KFC ha. INC.
Inasal.
Inasal chicken. Kasi required sila na mag-submit ng grade sa DABSO. So, kesa antayin kayo na matagal, lalagyan mo na kayo ng INC. Pero kapag kayo ay nakapag-comply na, saka pa lang kayo mabibigyan ng grade, no? Na para doon sa subject niyo. So I suggest mag-comply kagad kayo para mabigyan kagad kayo ng grade at para magkaroon kayo ng grade doon sa portal ninyo.
Question po.
Question.
Sir, hindi na po ba siya ma-edit yung online sa portal? Kasi meron po akong mali na info na nailagay. Nag-automatic po kasi yung yung typing. So, nung masilip ko po ulit, kaya siguro hindi siya mag-proceed kasi mali yung information.
Ang alam ko, editable siya. Baka pwede kang mag-back. O sige, ganito. Miss Pulintan, kindly contact Miss Jen or Sir Mr. Chris. Meron ka bang?
Yes, sir.
Paano sa kanila? Dapat editable yon. Ibig sabihin, pwede...
Opo, nag-inquire na po ako dun sa GC with Miss Jen, pero wala pa po akong reply.
Sige, baka tinatanong pa nila sa provider, kasi meron tayong provider noon, IT, sila yung guide ng system. No?
Okay. Thank you po.
Kung sumagot ay re-reference pa nila Miss Jen. Pero yung 250 na yun, yung babayaran yung 250 na yun, ayun ay para sa maintenance ng system. Actually, sobrang mura na nga yun eh. Yung ibang provider, umaabot ng 1,000, 1,500 per student per sem. Pero yun, 250 lang, accessible na lahat ng inyong profile. At ang pinakamalaking tulong na ginagawa namin sa inyo, since ang DABSO ay wala pang online enrollment system, talagang kami ang pumupunta sa DABSO para i-enroll kayo. No? Hindi na kayo bumibiyahe.
Sir, excuse po. Speaking of enrollment po, ask ko lang po, just in case lang po na may gustong humabol. Kasi hindi pa po nakokompleto yung requirements, pwede pa po bang humabol sa enrollment?
The game is over na.
Okay po.
Nag-last day na siya kahapon. So kung gusto niya, next sem, i-reserve natin siya next sem.
Next time po.
Then, yung kahapon naman pong pinahabol ko, nakahabol naman po yung iba. Yata.
Kahapon kasi last day.
Opo.
Nakailang meetings na eh. October 10 ang umpisa eh. October 10.
Pangatlo na po ngayon dapat. Pangatlo na po ngayon.
Pangatlo na. Oh.
Opo. Kasi nung second meeting po nung Sabado, tas ngayon is third meeting po.
Oo. So yung mga friends ninyo na gustong humabol, i-reserve nyo na para next semester may pa-enroll natin sila.
Sir, question lang po.
Yes, question po.
Yung tungkol po, di po ba yung nabanggit natin kanina doon sa tuition namin? Una kasi siya ay 5,505. Tapos para may additional na 5,800. Clarification lang po, bukod po ba yun doon sa 250 na ibabayad po namin?
Opo.
Okay, wala pong problema. Nagka-clarify lang po.
Opo. Kasi po, yung ang DABSU po kasi, sabi ko nga sa inyo, is manual pa rin ang enrollment. Alam niyo naman, state university yan. Pag government school, syempre, hindi ka makapag-demand dyan. Hindi ka tulad sa private school, talaga nang required yan. Kasi ang private school naman, binabawi nila sa tuition fee, kaya may pambili sila ng online enrollment. Ngayon, ang government, like Don Honore Ventura State University, para din bolso yan. Sa ngayon, manual ang kanilang enrollment. Kaya nga, sabi ko nga sa inyo, ang malaking tulong namin na ginagawa namin sa inyo, kami na bumibiyahe sa DABSU para isa-isa namin kayo mapa-enroll. No? Kaya nga kami nangongolekta ng mga application form ninyo, yung mga requirements ninyo, pati payment, sarili ko ng land bank account ang ginamit ko para lang ma-facilitate, no, yung pag-enroll. So therefore, bakit ko kinakwento yun? Hindi para siraan ang state university. Kundi para sabihin sa inyo na mura ang state university pero wala pa silang mga system para sa online. No? So therefore, ang ginawa namin nila Doc Ellie para matulungan namin kayo kaysa pumunta pa kayo ng DABSU sa pag-i-inquire ng grades ay meron na tayong student portal. At yung student portal na yun yung learning, yun yung flexible learning system, enrollment system na finila pa ninyo. Pero merong maintenance fee yun na 250 per student. And i-clarify ko lang din po na yun po ay wala kaming top up doon. Yun po ay diretsong ibabayad sa provider or developer. Kasi yun pag dumaan sa school, panigurado po, hindi lang 250 doon. Panigurado magta-top up ang school doon. Kailangan ng maintenance fee ng school. Pero since kami lang ang nagmamanage, hindi na namin kayo siningil ng management fee. Kung magkano ang babayaran, kung magkano ang sinisingil ng Next Bridge Company, yun lang din ang sinisingil namin sa inyo na 250. At yung 250 po na yun ay hindi dumadaan sa amin, yun po ay diretso pong ibabayad sa provider natin ng system. Kaya yung system na yun ay sa inyo yun. Kasi kayo nagbabayad noon. Pinacilitate lang natin yung easier access ng inyong mga data and profiling. Okay po ba sa inyo yung ganon? Madam Emily, nasagot ko ba yung sagot mo? Madam Emilita? Ay, nakamute ka po yata, madam.
Okay po sir, tinanong lang po. Kasi nga, di ba po ba nang una, ang tuition fee kasi natin is 5,500. Tapos dahil nag-increase po ng konti, 5,800, naging 5,800 siya na may balanse pa po kami. Kaya clarification lang po na yung 250 is another pa po yun. Pero wala naman po, okay lang po sa amin.
Okay.
Salamat nga po at maliit lang po kumpara nga doon sa sinasabi po nyo na pag nagdaan sa school, mas malaking halaga. Kaya salamat po.
Walang anuman po. Lahat ng pwede namin maitulong ay itutulong namin sa inyo para makatipid kayo. Kasi sa panahon ng pandemya, mahirap ang pera. Kaya alam namin yung nararanasan ninyo. And kaya nga, gumawa kami ng paraan na ma-connect namin kayo sa DABSU kasi alam namin sobrang baba ng tuition fee. Kung pupunta kayo sa ibang school, ang pinakamura po is 12,000, 9 units. Pag mga iba pang eskwelahan sa Manila, umabot pa na yung 25,000, mga 20,000. No? Kung kayo ay transferee at galing kayo sa, let's say, sa Laco pinakamura, kulang-kulang 13,000. 9 units yun. So parang more than half ang natipid ninyo. Kaya lahat ng pagtitipid ay gagawin namin nila Doc Ellie dahil alam na intindihan namin ang kalagayan natin lahat ngayon. Tayo ay nasa pandemya, ating iba ay hirap sa buhay syempre, at yung iba ay inirarouse lamang ang kanilang masteral. Alam ko naman ang main purpose ng karamihan sa atin, syempre, hindi lang para matuto, kundi para naiintindihan po natin yun, na kailangan natin ma-promote, kailangan natin mag-increase ang salary, pero wag natin pong kakalimutan na sana po kasama rin sa pag-enroll natin ng MPA, yung madagdagan po yung ating kaalaman. Yung sinasabi ko po kanina sa aking introduction, yung lecture ko kanina, na magkaroon dapat ng distinction between baccalaureate and masteral. Dapat pang masteral po ang ating approach. Yun po yung aking nire-request. No? So mura na, very affordable, yet you are going to experience quality education. Meron pa po ba tayong katanungan?
Doc, doon po sa klase na ginagawa natin, kasi di ba sabi natin kailangan matapos tayo ng, meron po tayong sa isang SEM, meron po tayong 4 na buwan. So ang ginawa po, ako katulad ko po doon sa klase ko, ang ginawa ko na mode of teaching ay dahil tayo ay flexi, ay una po ay kailangan muna natapusin muna namin ang isang syllabus para po hindi magka-jumble-jumble. So halimbawa, fiscal management. Then after the fiscal management is the human resource. Then and the last syllabus, I think yung pong social issues in government. So para pong, unlike po, ina-adapt na din po ito, ginagawa ito ng mga ibang state university na para din pong seminar type, para at least po ay mas maging effective yung ating teaching at saka yung quality. Kasi yun nga po ang sabi natin, una, kailangan ng ating mga estudyante ay matuto. Bukod sa matuto, matulungan natin ang mga estudyante natin kasi alam naman po natin na lahat ng estudyante natin ay mga nagtatrabaho. Kumbaga ito ay isinisingit lang nila pero nagtatrabaho na natututo at nag-aaral at ito po ay magiging magagamit po nila especially dun sa mga workplace nila kasi naman po ang aim natin, una maging catalyst sila ng government. Kaya nga po sila kumuha ng public administration. Tapos pang-apat po, ang isa sa atin na kinukuha, bukod sa quality education, ay matulungan natin sila kung paano sila makakatapos through the help of flexi education. Na katulad po nito, katulad po kanina, bago po kayo mag-start, yung binasa nyo po na nilabas po na circular na CM o memorandum order ng CHED, yung flexi education, na yun naman po ay umaakma dito po sa ating makabagong panahon. Kaya nga po to ini-embrace po natin. So yun po siguro yung mga katulad po kasi kanina para may napansin po ako na may nagtanong kung ito ba ay laging may meeting. Ang sabi ko ay every Saturday kasi flexi tayo, hindi tayo mahigpit. Unlike po doon sa pumapasok sila halimbawa ng from 8, uuwi sila ng 6 p.m. Ganun po kasi ngayon di ba Doc, yun ngayon ang bagong kuha ng new normal ng education kahit sa CHED. Kahit po kami sa college, sa Bulacan State University, sa undergrad, ganun din po yung application. Yun po Doc.
Actually, tama ka doon. Meron pa rin mga eskwelahan sa buong Pilipinas na mali ang pananaw at implementasyon ng flexible learning. Akala nila kapag sinabing graduate school ay Sabado lamang pwedeng magklase. Pag sinabi kasi nating flexible learning, as the term implies flexible, hindi lang Sabado ang ating pwedeng maging klase. Actually, kung available kayo ng Sunday, pwedeng Sunday. Kung available kayo ng weeknights, alam mo, may lakas pa kayo galing trabaho, pwede kayong magklase ng alas 6 hanggang alas 8 or alas 9. When you say flexible, you are going to look at your availability, common availability. Hindi sa availability ng isa lang ha. Baka mamaya maging selfish, isa lang ang available tapos ipipilit. Dapat common availability. Sabihin ng common, lahat ay available during that time. And then you can do classes anytime of the day, any day of the week. For as long as ma-meet natin yung ating ultimate learning competencies. Nasaan ba yung competencies na yon? Nandun yun sa binuong course outline ng inyong mga professors, ni Attorney Aida at saka ni Doc Ellie. At the same time, aside from the competencies, dapat ay madagdagan yung inyong knowledge and the skill lalo sa paggawa ng research. Kahit simpleng research, mag-umpisa na po kayo. Kaya nga bino-volunteer ko na yung sarili ko. Kung gusto niyo na mag-umpisa ng simple research at kailangan niyo ang aking lecture or should I say expertise, pwede naman akong i-schedule ni Doc Ellie or ni Attorney Aida para doon sa discussion na yon. I'm willing to be invited as one of the lecturers, especially doon sa research component, yung IMRAD format. Pwede kong i-enhance, pwede kong back-upan yung naging lecture ni Dr. Ray kanina. No? Kung gugustuhin nyo lang naman. Pero ang request ko ay pag may mga ganun kayong gagawin, sana all at the same time na. Para naman, kasi isang topic lang naman, kung maghiwa-hiwalay pa, parang magiging paulit-ulit lang din ang discussion ko. So,
mag-uusap na lang po siguro kami ni Attorney Aida together with po sa inyo na kahit po halimbawa bago matapos ang isang topic namin about syllabus ay magkakaroon po ulit tayo ng isang parang research para at least meron pong outcomes. Para at least na ituturo din po natin. Kasi ang totoo po kahit po sa NCPAG Doc, ganyan na din po. Mostly ang ginagawa po nila ay more on nakapokus po sila sa research.
Yeah, all right. Yeah. Tapos, idagdag ko lang na sabi ko nga sa inyo, hindi ko na muna kayo pinag-iwa-hiwalay. Kung kayo ay under kay Doc Ellie, lahat ng major subjects ay si Doc Ellie ang mag-handle sa inyo. Tapos, kung kayo ay under kay Attorney Aida at siya yung naging parang motivator ninyo or naging academic advisor ninyo, hindi ko na muna kayo kukunin kay Attorney Aida hanggang sa matapos yung major subjects. Pero yung mga na-recruit ko na inilagay ko kay Attorney Aida, may possibility na maibigay ko kayo sa ibang professors next time. Next time pa naman yon. Pag medyo nakabuo ako ng malaki-laking grupo, para din magkaroon ng, of course, kung naghahanap kayo ng another exposure, o halimbawa naman after this SEM, pwede yung isuggest na swap naman na kung ngayong SEM yung 3 subjects ay si Doc Ellie ang inyong teacher, next SEM, pwede nyo namang i-request din na si Attorney Aida naman ang maging teacher nyo and vice versa. Tapos yung mga estudyante naman ni Attorney Aida, gusto rin nila maging teacher si Doc Ellie, parang kumbaga swap lang. Kung lang gusto ninyo. Pero kung hindi naman, i-maintain natin kayo kung nasaan kayo ngayon. No? Kaya, yun, may nagtatanong kasi sa akin na gano'n kung sila daw ba ay under lang sa isang prof. Yes, sa ngayon, yes. Yung 3 subjects ay kung sino yung hanap sa inyo, nakalocate sa inyo, or nakamotivate sa inyo na magtuloy ng MPA o mag-aral ng MPA, doon muna kayo for the meantime sa mga major subjects. Anyway, kami naman, nila Attorney Aida, nila Doc Ellie, nila Doc Noemi, at yung mga prof na nandito pa, we are one, no? One group lang naman kami na kahit kanino mapunta sa amin, ay wala namang problema yon. Basta mahalaga, may matutunan kayo. At kung may mga request kayo na pwede naman naming i-grant, ay walang problema, i-grant namin yon. Basta kaya namin i-grant. No? So for the meantime, yung mga under kay Doc Ellie, yung 3 subjects, at saka kay Attorney Aida, yung 3 subjects, sila mag-handle. And as mentioned by Doc Ellie, unahin mo na yung isang subject, after 5 or 6 weeks, another subject, after 5 or 6 weeks, another subject ulit. Hanggang sa kompleto yung 3 subjects sa isang trimester. Alright? So sana nasagot ko yung tanong nung nag-message sa akin. So ganun ang usapan ha. Kung sakali mang hinahanap nyo yung teaching ng 2 subjects, baka hindi pa kasi tatapusin muna yung isang subject. Tama ba, Attorney Aida and Doc Ellie, ang gagawin? Ganun ba?
Yes po, Dean. Alam na po nila na.
Alright. Sige, dapat clear sa ating lahat yun. Tapos, kung naka-3rd Saturday na kayo, 4, 5, 6, dapat after 6th Saturday, tapos nyo na yung isang subject. Tapos move na kayo
Opo, Dean.
Another subject.
Opo, Dean, alam naman po nila yan kasi before naman po na nagwan tayo, na-orient naman po namin sila.
Alright.
So malinaw po sa kanila yung opo.
Alright.
Kasi yun po kasama na natin mula simula.
Okay. Ina-amplify ko lang para hindi tayo magkaroon ng problem in the future. Baka akalain kasi naiwan yung ibang subjects. Hindi po naiwan, inuuna lang tapusin yung isang subject tapos to be followed yung dalawa. O meron pa po ba na katanungan from our students?
Siguro din wala na iba
Sino nagsasalita? Si Doc Ellie ba? Parang choppy.
Opo.
Wala na katanungan. Okay. So kung wala nang tanong, invite nyo na lang ako sa GC ninyo. Gusto kong sumali sa GC para kung meron mga tanong doon na pwede kong sagutin, I will help Doc Ellie and Attorney Aida to answer your queries or your questions. But for now, once again, thank you for your time and welcome to Don Honorio Ventura State University. And I hope to see you in our research or statistics classes. And I wish that you finish your program accordingly, according dun sa timeline na inyong pinoproject. Wala nang katanungan. And
Apo, din doon po sa amin. Doon po sa GC namin. Doon po sa aming FB. Sa FB pwede ka na kasi naka-friend na po kayo sa FB namin.
Naka-friend na ako. Alright, sige.
Ano pa po, hindi ka naman pa po kay friend doon.
Sige. Hanapin ko na siguro. Tsaka yung GC. Marami na akong time ngayon mag-GC. Sige. Kung wala nang tanong, maraming salamat at meron pa kami meeting ng Flexible Learning Corporation right after this. Maraming salamat sa inyong time at mag-iingat kayo dyan sa bahay ninyo. Palaging mag-face mask para maiwasan ang pagkain ng marami. No? Baka mapadami yung kain kasi lagi nasa bahay. So hope to see you again and have a good day everyone. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you, Doc.
Okay.
Thank you po.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you rin sa mga COA Bulacan at PhilHealth Region 3 students.
Thank you po. Thank you po, Attorney.
Thank you po, Doc.
Thank you.
Salamat, Doc. Attorney.
Sa Prof and sa mga estudyante.
Thank you po.
Salamat po.
View pick na ba kayo? Nag-gallery view pick na ba kayo?
Maraming salamat po.
Tapos na ang group picture. Alright. Sige. Kung wala nang tanong, I will end this session na kasi mag-meeting pa kami ng corporation, ng another group. No? I-end ko muna itong ating.
Thank you po.
Maraming salamat.
Thank you po.
And if you would like to watch the discussion today, i-upload ko ito sa YouTube channel ko. Kindly subscribe to my YouTube channel. It is Alvin Nuki. Ay hanap na lang po. Then, pa-view na lang po kung gusto niyo i-refresh yung ating mga naging discussion. So, maraming salamat and goodbye again.
Maraming salamat. Thank you.
Doc Ellie, Doc Noemi, Attorney Aida, see you sa meeting natin.